Hello Brave Nation, we are live in the vibrant city of Zhengzhou, China. Getting ready for tonight's action-packed event, Brave CF93. Collaboration with one of China's premier regional organizations, Yodua, Fighting Ultimate. Brave Nation, I am Peter Linker and it's my honor to be your ring announcer tonight, and it's my pleasure and honor to be joined by our exceptional commentating team, Vanessa Campos and Phil Campbell. Hello guys, welcome on board. It's great to have you here. Look, I've been seeing that you two have been out and about around town. And Phil, it's not your first time here. I'm not sure about Vanessa. What are your impressions of China? What's it like being here?
First off, we are in an incredible city. When you're walking around, when you're meeting the people, when you're going to these places, you can genuinely feel that there is a traditional martial arts ethos underpinned within the society, and I think we're going to see the product of that really come to fruition tonight and an incredible fight night. First off, I want to say what a thrill it is for us to have the first lady of combat sports commentary, Vanessa Campos, with us. We hope that you have an incredible time, and here's to many more fight shows.
Wow, guys, thank you so much for that introduction. Guys, I am so honored to be here. China, you are beautiful. What a majestic place. I am so thrilled and enthralled by your hospitality and the amazing martial arts that you give. It's like an action movie.
Indeed. All right, guys, now with that, I think it's about time that we got onto tonight's fight card. Let's start with the main event, Tutarauli versus Eskaraev. Now, I know that we're not crowning a champion tonight, but this bout could determine who gets the next shot at the crown in the lightweight division. What are your thoughts?
This is a huge fight with deep, lasting ramifications in the landscape of the lightweight division. Both of these men have fought the boogeyman of the division, the champion, Abdisalam Ulu Kubanichbek. For Rauli Tutarauli, it was all the way back at Brave Combat Federation 87 in September of 2024. He went the full 5 rounds and lost a decision. However, many people watching, including this commentator, believe that he won that fight. If we're talking about Olzhas Eskaraev, we are talking about a man who has also gone 5 rounds with the former champion, all the way back at Brave Combat Federation 59. That's how long this man has been working his way back to a title shot. But let's get into specifics. In Rauli Tutarauli, we have a man who stands at 5'7". On the face of that, if you're 5'7" and you're facing an opponent who is 5'11", you're going to be thinking to yourself, I'm at a deficit here. But if we look at the particular style of Tutarauli, that prototypical Georgian warhorse style of fighting, being 5'7" means he's going to be able to get underneath his opponent, get those double underhooks and score the takedown. His surest path to victory for me, he needs to treat this fight very much like my ex-girlfriend treated our last relationship. He needs to get in his opponent's face from the get-go. He needs to be overwhelming. He needs to systematically break his opponent's spirit. Is that an insight into fight analysis? Is that a damning indictment of my relationship style? We will find out later on, but what a fight worthy of being our main event of the evening.
Wow, Phil, I mean, I'm so excited for this incredible fight night. Well, this main event. What interests me about Rauli is he works so well inside the pocket. He comes forward with that jab. I just love his pendulum footwork. I mean, he's like dancing. It's beautiful to watch. It's almost like ballet in the cage. Whereas Olzhas hip shot, what a guy. He does seem so stoic, but I do love how his grappling prowess is. Once he touches your leg, man, you're in trouble.
Another interesting dynamic in this fight is we have an orthodox fighter taking on a southpaw fighter. Being a southpaw myself, when I was competing, you have almost like an extra 90 seconds because your opponent will not have a lot of southpaw training partners. So you have that 90 seconds to really come in at awkward angles, lead with the straight left. But again, if we look at the statistics, and Rauli Tutarauli, we're looking at a man who has 35 wins as a professional, 27 of those wins coming by way of finish, 21 of those finishes coming in the very first round. And Eskaraev, we have a man who has 16 wins, 10 by way of finish, 5 in the very first round. There is such a wonderful dynamic to this fight and so much jeopardy because for my money, the winner of this fight will go on to have a second crack at the champion, the boogeyman of the division, Abdisalam Ulu Kubanichbek.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful, and thank you very much, Phil, for that insight into your personal life. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the co-main event, Maimaitituoheti versus Khurshed Good Boy Nazarov. Now, China's Maimaitituoheti is back at Brave versus YFU, and he's got something to prove. Following, well, he wants redemption, actually, for his loss at Brave CF84. And opposite him is Khurshed Nazarov, the good boy, whatever that holds behind it. He's a young man fighting out of Tajikistan, and he wants to get a name for himself here, I would imagine.
Undoubtedly, we're looking at a fight with possible implications. Yes, this is a catch weight of 62.5 kilos. However, both these men predominantly compete in the bantamweight division. And Khurshed Nazarov, his last fight, speaking to him in the lead up to fight week, he has said he didn't really feel like he got to show what he was really capable of. It was a decision loss to the current champion, Nicholas Puende. But the caveat to that fight is the fact he was coming off a 3.5-year layoff. I don't care what anybody says, cage rust is real. It takes you a little bit while to get the feet back under you. But if we look at his resume, not only was that the first loss of his career, was also coming off that 3.5-year layoff. He is a multiple-time Tajikistan Combat Sambo champion. He is an All-Asia Combat Sambo champion. He is a bona fide world Combat Sambo champion. And if you come from a country that ends in Stan, you have my consummate respect. You are a born fighter with indomitable spirit. This, again, has the hallmarks of an instant classic.
Oh my God, I am so impressed. He has about 40 fights under his belt. That is crazy. Just to see how much power he has. I am so excited what kind of style he'll bring. I mean, he dominates opponents truly early, so I'm excited. If he catches his opponent's kicks, he's gonna go for that takedown.
Yeah, but however, if Maimaitituoheti goes for the takedown, scores the takedown, I don't think he's faced a grappler of the pedigree of Nazarov. If he does score the takedown, he will need to keep his opponent down. That is harder said than done. Actually, on the transverse of that, I think the fighter who's going to be more likely to shoot for the takedown is going to be Nazarov. Fundamentals will win this fight for the Tajikistan man. Punch your way into the clinch, score the underhooks he predominantly favors, upper body tie-ups, score the takedown, land your ground and pound, keep the hips square. It is MMA by the numbers. If he follows these numbers, he will come away with what I believe will be a resounding decision win.
Yes, indeed. What's so superb about Nazarov is he is a young gun. I'm just excited for these young, hungry fighters to watch. There's some twinkle in their eyes that I watch them, and I'm like, wow, I'm so amazed. But what really impresses me is his superb chain wrestling. He will latch onto you like glue. And in this hot weather, you better watch out.
All right, guys. Well, the next bout I think we should take a look at is a 59.5 kilogram catchweight bout. Zhou Jinbei of China versus Luthando Shorty Biko of South Africa. I will just throw over to you. Phil, what do you think about this one?
Again, a genuinely fantastic fight. You know, we could talk about statistics, we could talk about styles, but I want to humanize the fighter a little bit if we can. In the lead up to fight week, Biko was asked, what are you fighting for? What is your motivation? Instantly, as soon as that question was asked, he broke down. He thought of his son. That is his reason to fight. And to see that and to see what it means to him to be here. After 2 false starts in the organization, he was meant to make his debut at Brave Combat Federation 82. He was meant to make his second debut at Brave Combat Federation 91. Hopefully, third time is the charm for this incredible fighter. 12 wins as a professional, currently riding high on the confidence of a 4-fight win streak. He is a bona fide, legitimate Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. However, he has never won a fight by submission. On the transverse of that, his opponent has 15 losses. 11 of those losses have come by way of submission. That tells me that in Zhou Jinbei, there is a little bit of a weakness within his armor, that being the submission game. So for me, it kind of feels like the stars are starting to align a little bit for Luthando Biko to potentially pick up the first submission win of his career.
Yeah, I mean, looking at both of these fighters during fight week, it's incredible to see how passionate and how focused these fighters are coming into this fight. for Biko, I am really interested if he does pull off a submission win, because during his amateur bouts, he did, in fact, win a submission round. So, and for Zhengzhou, I'm so excited to see when he punishes you with strikes and you fail those takedowns, he's a scary guy.
But can he defend what I believe will be the inevitable takedown from Biko? Another X factor in this fight. You look at the lighter weight classes, more often than not, as guys get a little bit older, guys get into their 30s, you kind of see that they start to slow down a little bit, especially in the flyweight division. However, if Providence has taught us anything, and we've seen the accomplishments of one Alexander Volkanovski, we're seeing the age is becoming a little bit of a number. So at 35 years of age, is Biko perhaps only now starting to come into his prime? And I know he desperately wants that fight with one Muhammad Mokaev. So a big win tonight. If he gets on the mic, he can call out Mokaev for what would be a huge fight.
I also wanted to point out that it's so interesting to see fighters coming globally for Brave. It's incredible to see them deal with jet lag, for one. Cutting weight, there's so much passion, so much energy for the sport. And mixed martial arts now, guys, do not sleep on this. It is a beautiful martial arts to watch. Just being here in Zhengzhou, China, I cannot.
Guys, thanks for your thoughts. Let's move on now to a lightweight bout featuring China's Aizorsi Damolamu going up against the undefeated Georgian David the Lion Lord Kipanidze. Now, this one promises to be fireworks and could even shift the landscape in the Brave lightweight division. Phil, what do you think?
I would like to get back to something you mentioned, Vanessa. You made an incredible point about fighters dealing with jet lag, dealing with the weight cut. David has never fought professionally outside of his native Georgia. For example, if I can speak anecdotally, last night, for example, I went to bed at a decent time, I looked after myself. 5:30 this morning, I was still looking at the ceiling because I was struggling with jet lag. So it'll be interesting to see how our fighter will cope with that for the very first time in their professional career. However, he is coming into this bout on the confidence of being a young, hungry, undefeated fighter. 5-0 as a professional. If you look at this guy's particular hallmark of fighting, again, he fits within that prototypical Georgian style. Once he gets top position, he is unrelenting. He is an undeniable buzzsaw. Top position, lands his strikes, uses the strikes to open up pathways to the likes of submissions. He constantly keeps his opponent guessing. A pressure type fighter. I believe that the kind of pressure that he's going to put on may essentially be insurmountable for his opponent to deal with.
Oh, definitely agree with that. David, he's such a technician. I mean, with an undefeated 5-0 record, that's crazy.
Would you say that he represents what we would call that the new breed of mixed martial arts fighter? A guy that's not particularly a specialist in any one area, but scarily well-rounded.
What I love about new modern MMA now, guys, if you are training in MMA gyms, the complexity and how much training you get just in, let's say, a 3-hour session, it's immense. The fight IQ of these fighters is beyond any athletes I have ever seen. Watch MMA, guys. Honestly, it's insane.
And then on the transfers of that, his opponent, Aizo, he cannot afford to be taken down. I believe that once his opponent, if his opponent scores a big takedown, that will be a precursor, that will be a catalyst to the end of the fight, if you will. However, if Aizo is to be taken down, he will constantly have to scramble. He cannot accept position in any kind of circumstances. But in order to avoid that, he will have to implement constant lateral movement. He cannot afford to move in the same direction continuously. He's going to have to move it up, side to side. If he gets taken down in that cage, game over.
Yes, I mean, Damolamu, his nickname is TNT.
Why is he called TNT?
I love it. Explosive
There we go.
Explosive dynamite. What I love about him is that he is on a 3-fight win streak. Again, talking about the constant pressure. When he gets taken down, he springs and scrambles like crazy. I have never seen a guy do this.
All right, guys. Listen, last but not least, let's talk about our first fight of the evening. All right, this is a featherweight bout between Fa Youngwon of China and Iran's Mojtaba Naziri. Now, why do you think this bout is of particular interest?
First off, the fact that this is our first bout of the night really underpins the depth of talent that runs through the course of this card. But in Mujtaba Naziri, under the great coach Masood, he's essentially a superstar. Throughout fight week, this guy has not met a camera that he did not love, that did not love him. But again, that's only one facet of the game. Yes, you need to be social media savvy, you need to be presentable in front of the camera, but this young man has legitimate skills to back it up. 5 wins as a professional, 5 wins in a row, all by submission, 4 in the very first round. He is the owner of the first and so far only Von Flue choke in the history of Brave Combat Federation. Every time we see this young man step inside the Brave arena, we are seeing exponential evolution in his game. An incredible young fighter who once again chooses, he could just take a fight somewhere closer, somewhere local, but he wants to show his wares on the international stage. And with a big win tonight, this has the potential to really be a huge breakout performance, and I believe superstardom lies in this guy's future.
I definitely agree. He is actually already a superstar, and I cannot wait for his epic performance. I mean, what a hair on that guy too. Beautiful curly hair. And just to see his shoulder pressure, using that hair to frame his opponent, it's crazy power. The neck, the shoulder pressure, the way he uses his frames to control his opponent is unmatched.
All right, guys, in closing, I just want to ask you, have you given any thought to what the score is going to be? We've got 7 bouts, Brave versus YFU. How do you think it's going to go between these warriors?
Look, I know that we're in our host country. They have been fantastic hosts. They have been hospitable. They've looked after us. However, not just as a company man, but as an independent MMA analyst, I believe you can make a compelling argument for a clean sweep for Brave Combat Federation tonight.
Okay, Vanessa.
Tough one, but I definitely agree with you. China's so beautiful. Thank you for your hospitality. The talents that Brave have is, again, unparalleled and unmatched. Just seeing these fighters in fight week, it's something mesmerizing for the eyes, and it just enhances what these athletes are beyond their superpowers. It's amazing.
All right, Brave Nation, that's just a taste of why you need to be watching tonight. Vanessa and Phil, thank you very much for your informed insights. Now, we will be back in just a few minutes with Brave CF93, Brave versus YFU. So, as they say in the classics, don't you go changing that channel.
I'm Mujtaba Naziri, the soldier panda of Iran. I want people remember me as a fighter who had a good attitude, who is brave. You have to be brave to fighting at Brave. I like to people remembering me as a hero, as a champion, at the end as a legend. This is what is in my mind. Believe in yourself and consistency on your hard work, and never forget your dreams. So brother, keep going, sister, keep going. I'm proud of you, and never forget your dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, welcome along to Brave Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU from beautiful Zhengzhou, China. My name is Phil Campbell, and we have one of the most exciting fight cards of the year for your enjoyment. A stacked prelim card showcasing some of the best young regional talent, underpinned by another performance by Mojtaba Naziri. Moving on to our main card, we have an incredible stacked card of action. We have the Georgian invasion continuing with David Lorcaparidze and also Rauli Tutarauli in our main event. In our co-main event, we have Chinese fighter Maimaitituoheti taking on Tajikistan Combat Sambo world champion Nazarov. This is an incredible night of action. Stay tuned, stay locked. The time is now. The place is right here. This is Brave Combat Federation 93.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brave Nation, we are live! The cage is set. The fighters are ready. Can you feel the thunder? Are you ready for more?
For Brave Combat Federation 93 and YFU in beautiful Zhengzhou, China. I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen, to be bringing you the fights tonight in the majestic arena. Our epic showdown tonight is and high-stakes showdown for your explosive co-main, China's own Keremuaili Mountain Eagle versus Khurshed, the good boy, a firecracker fight. Guys with international warriors coming together for an epic battle. Brave Nation, are you ready?
YFU 武林龙中队马上开战。女士们、先生们、亲爱的观众朋友们，大家晚上好！这里是河南卫视与优德集团联合为您打造的 YFU 优德终极格斗赛的比赛现场。大家好，我是河南卫视的主持人刘文。今天晚上，我们大家共同迎来了 YFU 与来自中东的最大综合格斗赛事 Brave CF 的二番战，为大家特别介绍。站在我身旁的是我们的一位许久未见的老朋友，来自 Brave CF 的 host Peter Linker。
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Brave CF 93, Brave Combat Federation, in association with YFU. We are amazed and humbled with your passion and support. We thank you for inspiring us to offer you and MMA fans around the world this magnificent experience tonight. I'm Peter Linker, and all I have to say is, Ni hao, Liu Wan!
Welcome to China, Peter. 其实我和 Peter 我们两个是这个1年见一次，我就像是郑州的牛郎，他就像是来自巴林的织女，1年才见一次面。但是我们是老朋友了，没错，我们的缘分从2024年的8月份开始。这是武林龙中队 YFU 与 Brave CF 的第一次携手合作。当天晚上我们面向全球进行比赛实况直播，当晚的直播通过河南卫视达到了全国收视率第5位，也创下了龙中队 YFU 开播以来的新纪录。同时，我们通过 Brave CF 还有多家媒体，30多家媒体和渠道面向全球的107个国家和地区进行现场的实况直播，当晚共有全球超过9亿人次收看了当天晚上的比赛。所以这次我们再度迎来了与 Brave CF 的二番战。有过第一次的美妙牵手，自然会有今晚的再度邂逅。因为之前我们打下了良好的基础。在这里要特别为大家介绍 YFU 优德终极格斗赛由河南卫视优德集团联合为您打造。特别感谢牛刘栓先生对中国综合格斗做出的巨大贡献，他为优德终极格斗赛 YFU 做出了巨大的努力。喝工厂清香好酒，看 YFU 优德终极格斗。本栏目由工厂酒业集团赞助播出。优德五香牛肉，肉香浓郁，软烂不柴。本栏目由优德五香牛肉赞助播出。YFU 运动奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。感谢五龙体育对本节目的大力支持。本次比赛使用飞特式格斗品牌服装，飞特式格斗拼尽所能。Peter。
Brave Nation, get ready to feel the excitement as we go insane in Zhengzhou, here in the People's Republic of China. But before we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our leader, Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Through his vision, Brave Combat Federation has been able to break a new milestone, hosting MMA events in more countries around the world than any other MMA promotion, thus changing the landscape of mixed martial arts and bringing the world together through the beauty of combat sports. And also, a huge thank you for all the work of Brave CF President Mohammed the Hawk Shahid, the man who tirelessly carries out His Highness's vision all across the globe.
是的 ，YFU 优德终极格斗和 Brave CF 同时创办于2016年，两大走过9年的赛事，今晚迎来了二番战。这次比赛的比赛阵容也是备受大家关注。今天晚上我们将为各位奉上8场精彩的中外较量。YFU 中国战队方面，全是大家伙非常熟悉的老面孔。我们有老将 English Teacher Maimaitituoheti领衔，同时还有二扎泽球多吉，还有我们的艾泽、万发扬、杨伟强，以及我们的武警战士。邹金柏还有魔术师俄奇约布领衔列阵，而 Brave CF 方面则是派出了欧亚轻量级排名第1位来自格鲁吉亚的劳尔，同时还有南非排名第2位的迷你拳王毕克等一系列名将出战。今晚8场比赛，您不要换台，多多点赞。
And finally, a huge thank you to our Brave CF global partners, our global apparel partner, RD Exports, Move, Improve, Evolve, Brave TV, download from App Store, Play Store, Huawei, or watch on Amazon TV, Fire TV, Android TV, and Apple TV. KHK Media Group, Global Media Solutions. We thank them all for helping to make this magnificent event a reality.
好的，我相信大家对于今天晚上的比赛已经做好了准备，大家充满期待，来迎接今天晚上8场精彩的中外对抗赛。Peter。
Ladies and gentlemen, I have one question for you and one question only. Are you ready?
大家当然已经准备好了。
Then let's get this MMA party started! But before we begin the action, because this is Brave versus YFU, let's get our two teams into the cage!
掌声请出中外双方的运动员登场。
First, representing Iran, Moishtaba Naziri.
代表中方战队，首度亮相的是我们来自中国的晚发扬。
Representing Nepal, Rabindra Dant.
接下来亮相男子重量级的中国战队的魔术师额齐约布。
Representing Kazakhstan, Rawan Bekobot.
红方选手代表 YFU 中国战队出战的是二扎泽琼杜基。
Representing Georgia, Choba Beridze.
接下来登场的红方选手来自中国广东的杨伟强。
Representing Georgia, David Lord Kipanidze.
红方选手代表中国战队出战的是艾瑟。
Representing South Africa, Luthando Biko.
南非袖珍拳王比克，今天晚上的对手是中国武警战士邹金白。
Representing Tajikistan, Khurshed Nazarov.
亮相今晚联合主赛的红方选手来自中国 YFU 战队的Maimaitituoheti。
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthems of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the People's Republic of China.
现在请全体起立。首先奏巴林国歌。谢谢。接下来奏中华人民共和国国歌。 谢谢大家，请坐下。接下来，我们通过一个短片来走进双方赛前的称重仪式。
Here we go, Brave Nation! The cage is set, the fighters are ready! It is time to be brave! Here at Brave CF93, our first Brave versus YFU bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, this man is a submission specialist. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighed in at 65.9 kilograms with a professional record of 5 victories and 3 losses. He is a European Jiu-Jitsu champion and 5 times Kempo World Champion. Fighting with Red Dragon Team out of Imol, Iran, presenting Mujtaba, the Soldier Panther, Naziri!
接下来为大家介绍今晚代表 YFU 中国战队率先列阵的这位选手。在最近 YFU 的比赛当中，他取得了3连胜的战绩，判定胜率达到了87%。目前他在 UFC 精英训练营保持高水平的训练，今晚就是检验训练水准的最好时刻。他的职业战绩7战6胜1负，来自中国的王发扬。 YFU 与 Brave CF 第一场比赛，男子羽量级，场上裁判员张鑫 ，YFU 隆重开战。
好的，来，看边。Stand up, head. Here. Okay. Hot drop. Back corner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First fight of the night. Tale of the tape. Mujtaba Naziri, the elder, by 3 years. And in the words of the great Mike Goldberg, everything else is virtually identical. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. The first lady of combat sports commentary. How excited are you for this fight night?
Phil, thank you so much for having me here. I am so excited, and it's gonna be an epic fight.
Mujtaba Naziri bringing a record of 5-3 against Wang Baiyang's record of 6-1. Submission specialist. You can see exactly what Mujtaba is trying to do from the start. Punch his way into the clinch, secure the takedown. This is where we know he thrives, Vanessa.
I mean, I was talking about that shoulder pressure earlier on in the pre-show.
You were talking about his hair, is what you were talking about.
And his hair as well. I mean, look at it now. He's using it to his advantage against out of the cage.
Ideally, what I'd like to see him right now is dig in for the underhook on his right side here. Establish those double underhooks. That way he'll have a modicum more of control. But he hits the lateral drop, needs to be aware of the armbar, bounces right back up. That is tenacity.
Look look again at that frames that he's using. It's beautiful.
Doing a great job. What he does is he establishes the half guard so well. This is known as the anchor position. It's become popularized in the last couple of years in MMA, but as you've alluded to earlier, look at that shoulder pressure. He is the owner of the so far only Ron Flu choke in the history of Brave Combat Federation. It looked a little bit like he was trying to set one up again, but right now his opponent Wang Feiyang has those butterflies, maybe trying to elevate and sweep.
I really want to see him do it again this time in 2025, Phil, with that Submission of the Year award in 2024. I mean, look at this now. Wow, what a knee just coming off of there.
Beautiful way to get up by Feiyang. Used those butterflies, elevated his opponent, but what Mujtaba needs to do is remain calm. 90 seconds gone in the fight, work his way in nice and calm. Needs to use those hands to set up the shots.
Look at Feiyang 1 moving forward, sort of exhausted in a way from all that pressure that Mujtaba. Oh.
Beautiful kick by Mujtaba, but eats a shot right down the middle. This is what I mean when I say he needs to be reticent of the threat that his opponent presents. He's throwing the kick just a little bit too lazy for my liking. You're obviously a well-experienced Muay Thai practitioner. Tell me what he needs to do when throwing those kicks.
I think he needs to use his teeps and his range before he sets up those takedown combinations as well. And back again in that cage, we see him almost taking Feiyang Van's back.
You can see he's working with the one hook. But nice work by Wang Feiyang. He's gone 2-on-1 on the grip. He's trying to turn in towards his opponent, using the underhook on the left side beautifully. This is expert level grappling from both men.
We see a little bit earlier on that he was, Mujtaba was using those overhand rights. I think I want him to pressure a little bit more, go forward and go for those takedowns more effectively.
Yeah, try and use those combinations as opposed to trying to find that one hitter quitter. Because as we know, Vanessa, when you go looking for that knockout shot, that's when it's hardest to find.
Indeed it is, Phil. I mean, here we go again. Ooh. Those elbows. Ooh.
That's beautiful. Absolute rascal behavior in there.
Now Feiyang Van is awake. Nice jab from Feiyang Van.
And this is not where Mujtaba wants to fight. He does not want to be in that distance range. He wants to get into his opponent's face. He needs to be wary when he's rolling that head to the inside, or he's going to get caught with a shot. He's already a little bit bloodied up.
He needs to get out of it. Use lateral movements. Again. More. No, nice attempt there for a double leg.
But he did the right thing. He realized he didn't have it, and as Deki Larkin has shown us, if you don't score the takedown, you can use that to fake and pump up with the uppercut. A little bit sensitive. You get the feeling that both these guys have expelled quite a lot of energy in the early stanzas.
Van Feiyang wants to look for those inside kicks.
You get the feeling that with each takedown that Mujtaba throws out, depletes himself with just a little bit of energy. The mouth is open. I don't know if that's tiredness or if it's a potential broken nose or an impediment there, forcing him to breathe out the mouth. But he just landed a beautiful kick to the body.
Ooh, and another one. Wow.
That's a hell of a sprawl from Feiyang.
Wow.
Thought about throwing the knee, needs to be careful. Oh, it's a big shot.
And another one. Mujtaba needs to be careful. Get out of range. Use your reach advantage. Use your distance.
Mujtaba cannot be a static target. Needs to throw straight shots, close the distance, even pressure Feiyang against the cage. But right now, this is exactly where Wang Feiyang wants the fight to take place.
Again, he's loading up that overhand right from Mujtaba. If he's just more careful about it, he can really land that, and it will be a dangerous, epic shot.
Very much being played out on the feet, and not really where Mujtaba wants the fight to take place. Oh, huge kick. If that head had been a little bit lower, it would have been good night. Mujtaba, 5 wins as a professional, all 5 by way of submission. That lets you know what kind of threat he possesses, but overreaching a little bit on the feet here.
Van Feiyang, you can see him really shine. He's great at Sanda and Muay Thai, riding a wave of success. His recent victories, his ability to finish fights. Oh, nice trip.
Take down a little bit. Oh, it's a huge upcut.
Oh,
up kick.
Here we go.
You wonder just how much that up kick has done.
That was crazy. And that was the first fight of the night.
This is crazy. You can see this is not the kind of fight that Mujtaba thought he was going to be involved in. That body language is not positive. I think we could be looking at a broken nose here, Vanessa. We can see in the corner, that's where his cut team, that's where his corner team are placing their attention right from the get-go, and you can see some of the beautiful shots being landed here.
It was beautiful in the way that he was exploding right from the very beginning, that bell rang, but he needs to be careful again to set up those combinations, go for those takedowns.
Look at that up kick. If I'm in the corner of Moistaba right now, I'm going to be telling him, use your straight shots to set up the takedown. Establish control before anything else. Position before submission. Turn this almost into a grappling fight. If you're in the corner of Wang Faiyang right now, what are you going to be telling him?
I would say keep doing what he was doing in the last few seconds of those rounds. He's great at Muay Thai. He was using those teeps effectively. I believe about 3 teeps that he landed. Just needs to put a bit more power in it, a bit more feints or fakes so that he can land it successfully.
Final instruction being given by the great and powerful coach Masood Jafari in the corner of Moistaba.
Okay, 6 off. 6 off.
Shout out to Moistaba's mother, Zara. It's her birthday in 2 days' time. What a gift it would be if her baby boy were able to turn things around here in round number 2.
Here we go, Phil.
Final checks and balances done. We are here at round number 2.
Ooh, there he's awake. Nice inside leg kick.
Moistaba opening things up nice and early.
I think he listened to me.
See, he's changing levels now. His approach has completely changed to the first round. A lot smarter.
Watch him look at Vaiyang Van's inside kick. He's going to go for it. And again.
Beautiful. Good call, Vanessa. Wang Faiyang just sticking to type. I love the calm being exhibited. He knows that this is not a sprint, this is a marathon, indicative of the fact that as a professional of 7 fights, 6 have gone the way of the judges. That tells me he's a cardio machine. Beautiful jab popped out by Mushtaba Naziri.
Good defense from Mushtaba as well right there. He just blocked that shot. Oh.
I'd like to see him set that takedown up a little bit more, but gets
nice.
it through sheer tenacity. Look out for the back take. But again, Wang Faiyang so good in the scrambles. Slowly trying to work and take the back. A double underhook establishes the underhook Wang Faiyang does and ends up on top. Nobody wrote this in the script.
Wow, I am amazed by that. I did not see that coming.
Even just the little veteran moves we see here from Wang Faiyang, covering the face with the hand, using the whizzer. But again, double underhooks established by Mushtaba Naziri.
Ooh,
oh, beautiful lateral drop. Now this is where he needs to settle in. He can't be rushing to get to the end of something. Settle in, establish the position before doing anything else. Look at that shoulder pressure again. If he gets out, we could be looking at another Von Flue choke. If he can get his leg out, slowly trying to apply that shoulder pressure.
I really would love to see this time.
That guard does not look super tight of Wang Faiyang. If he can just jimmy the leg out, establishes the mount, but beautiful reversal. Are you kidding me?
Whoa!
Watch out for the arm bar.
Mushtaba needs to frame, get out, explode quickly.
Try this momentarily, trying to set up the triangle. Watch out for Wang Faiyang to take the back right now. Landing shots, he needs to circle. Mushtaba gets himself right back up. This is turning into an absolute war of attrition. What a way to open up the card here at Brave 93 in partnership with YFU. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. Beautiful shot to the body.
I did not expect this, Phil, like this.
No, even the confidence of Mushtaba coming in, I think that he might even be a tiny bit guilty of being overconfident at a big kick.
I feel like he underestimated Wang Faiyang's striking abilities, and now we can really see him shine again, even on the ground, just transitioning those positions that Mushtaba was putting him in.
Doing a real solid job. Mushtaba thinking to himself, even just the shot selection here from Wang Faiyang is fantastic. Inside leg kick, outside, goes to the body, goes to the head, constantly keeping his opponent guessing.
Almost a creative way of how he sets those combinations up, kind of keeping Mushtaba guessing what the next shot is.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And as the fight goes on, trying to land out. He was wobbled a little bit.
Ooh, and another one. Goes for the head kick now.
Would not be surprised if we see a little bit of a panic shot. Oh, that hurt. That sneaked right underneath.
Body kick was painful.
Spinning back fist attempt by Mushtaba.
Oh, nice.
Mushtaba has to implement some head movement. Right now you're seeing him move, but the head is static in the center console.
I don't know if it's the hair causing him this. Ooh, nice.
That's a little bit better, but that takedown defense of Wan Faiyang
Wow,
once
Moistaba
again ends up on
again.
top. Now, I see if I'm Wan Faiyang, I'm just standing right back up out of this position. I don't want to get involved in these kind of grappling back and forths. I'm winning standing up, so just stand up and fight your opponent back up. Now, it must be said, ladies and gentlemen, that the Chinese Federation have not adopted the 12-6 elbow rule and are not adopting the new interpretation of a grounded opponent. Therefore, technically, right now, Moistaba would be grounded. Sit through to get up. Just to reiterate, the new interpretation of the grounded opponent has not been adopted by the Chinese Martial Arts Federation. Striking looking a little bit better now from Moistaba. Beautiful 1-2 from Wan Faiyang.
Look at Faiyang's feet movement. It's so quick. It's so explosive. It's so quick to the eye to see.
Moistaba thinking to himself, what have I bitten off here? That nose is definitely an impediment. We know just how supremely well conditioned Moistaba is.
If you see the subtleties, ooh, the body. If you see the subtleties of Faiyang Ban's feints when he's about to throw the right kick.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, 2 rounds in the book. And Vanessa, I can make a compelling argument for Wan Faiyang being up 2 rounds. So conceivably, if my scorecard is correct, my completely and entirely unofficial scorecard, we're looking at Moistaba Naziri, the Soldier Panther, needing a finish if he is to win this fight.
Again, I'm so surprised at the outcome of these rounds. I mean, how incredible. We really thought that Moistaba was going to pressure him with those grappling submissions already. And Faiyang Ban comes out with those explosive strikes and even playing to Moistaba's wrestling game.
Why are there ladies dancing on the apron when we're trying to call fights?
I love this.
What's going on
This is
here?
fantastic.
This is distracting is what it is. Wow. Anyway, final instruct. You can see that nose is getting flatter and flatter as the fight is progressing. I genuinely think we're looking at a broken nose.
Welcome to China, Phil. The energy is insane.
All right, ladies, we appreciate it, but if you just wouldn't mind, we get on with the fight. That'd be class. Thank you very much.
Would love to see some striking game now.
And like I said to you in between rounds, at the end of the round, if I'm Wan Faiyang, I know that I'm winning the striking battles. You know, bar a Hail Mary type shot, if he can keep it at distance, land his shots, fundamentals continue to move, he's going to win the fight.
You've seen him throw those left high kicks from Faiyang Ban. I feel like the more he hits that, the more he will succeed.
When is a predator, when is an animal like the Soldier Panther most dangerous? When it has been backed into a corner. And that is what we're seeing. He's been riding a 5-fight win streak. He hasn't had to really rally against this kind of adversity in a very long time.
Nice spinning back fist.
Wan Faiyang exhibiting the kind of calm and composure that you see from a fighter who knows he's up 2 rounds. Good stiff jab. That's what I mean, Vanessa. Just fundamentals are going to win him this fight.
And look how beautiful he sets up those feints again. Sets up that feint, goes for that jab. Just so beautiful. I think at the high level MMA, the feints and the fakes really will succeed you in this game.
As you say, constantly keep your opponent guessing. Use a variety of different levels, different shots. Wan Faiyang proving why he is one of the most highly touted young prospects in Chinese MMA. Only 25 years of age. Only really starting to creep into his prime years. And again, he's doing what kind of you would want to see Moistaba do. He's leading the dance right now. He's the one throwing the multitude of strikes.
You see Moistaba also kind of cautious about his feet movement, changing from southpaw to orthodox, moving lateral again. But that low kick is too low for my
That's
life.
That's a good straight shot from Moistaba. That's what we need to see more of. But again, Wan Faiyang changing things up, jabbing to the body, jabbing to the head, throwing all kinds of shots from different angles, makes it so much more difficult to get a read. Telegraphed spinning back fist that time from Moistaba Naziri. Everything that that Wan Feiyang is throwing is essentially landing. He's not
Ooh,
throwing
that was
just
a beautiful.
beautiful takedown, but again, Wan Feiyang has clearly been working on his grappling defense, able to just use the wizard, pop down and get right back up. Fantastic work.
So bouncy, so explosive. Watch him again work those feints. Look at that right leg kind of throwing that feint. Again, he keeps repeating that from the first few rounds.
That's a big shot over the top from Mustafa. Yeah, he's essentially trying to counter-strike right now, but if you can counter-strike, yes, if you have that kind of in your locker, but when you're facing somebody who is as quick as Wan Feiyang, he's landing his shots, he's not admiring them, he's getting out of the pocket, and when he finds himself in these kind of situations, he doesn't really rest, he's always trying to work. But this is a very, very dangerous position for Wan Feiyang to be in. Full side control being adopted here by Mujtaba Naziri. Trying to dive on the arm! But Wan Feiyang with some beautiful positional awareness.
Wow!
Right now he realizes he can just stay in this position, land big shots. Approaching the final 2 minutes of round number 3. Mujtaba not really doing anything to offer any kind of intelligent defense. He was just covering up there. Good job to work back to the feet, but sweeping elbow just misses by Wan Feiyang.
Phil, you mentioned earlier on that Feiyang wants Mujtaba to play his game. He is leaving that dance, and
Yep.
you can see it again.
And this is bound to be so frustrating for Mujtaba Naziri, and that frustration can often lead to over-exuberance, trying to reach for something that's not there, and that's where you're most vulnerable. That's where you can be caught. He needs to set those up a little bit cleaner. He's doing wary being hit by guillotine here, but good work, super pressure, just sheer tenacity is getting him this takedown. But every time he tries to get Wan Feiyang down, up he pops.
Back again of that shoulder pressure of Mujtaba, where he really succeeds and what he's known for.
Oh, beautiful reversal. Again, defends the takedown, separates. Pops another stiff jab. That nose is gone of
I don't know
Mujtaba.
where Mujtaba keeps looking. Left? Kind of distracted in a way.
I'll tell you what's definitely going to distract him. The impediment is breathing from that nose. Approaching the final 30 seconds of the final round here.
He's throwing labored kicks, Phil.
We have Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU, Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. Incredible night of fights coming up. Oh, that's a better shot for Mujtaba Naziri, but it's a little bit too little, too late for me.
A dangerous cross from Wan Feiyang.
Nice bet. Definitely been a better round for Mujtaba, but again, I don't know if I can make a compelling argument that he's won the round, because as we know in MMA, you have to be proactive with the takedown when you hit it. You can't quite simply score the takedown and do nothing with it, because then that inactivity negates the effort that you're putting in to score the takedown.
Phil, I was on the edge of my seat for that first fight. Wow, what a night it has been so far here in beautiful China with Brave 93 in association with YFU. These incredible super athletes right in front of us, Phil.
Yeah, what effort put in, and regardless of the result of this fight, it's a very steep learning curve for Mujtaba Naziri. He scored some beautiful takedowns, but again, when you score a takedown, you need to be proactive. Either advance your own position, land big strikes. If your opponent gets right back up again, you know, you've invested all that energy for not a lot of get back, you know?
Now Mujtaba knows to work a little bit more on his striking combination, setting those up for those takedowns. We know he's great in submissions. We know that. Just needs to be a little bit more varied in the way he sets up those shots, and I think he can succeed right again.
Final scores are being tabulated. Head of Regulatory Affairs, Mr. Dickie Larkin, is on top of everything, making sure all T's are dotted, all T's are crossed and I's are dotted, I believe is the phrase. Peter Linke is approaching
Ladies
that means we have an official decision.
and
Let's throw up to the big man.
gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this bout 30-27. A unanimous decision for your winner, 1-fire!
3位裁判一致判定30比27，比赛结果红枫树。
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the official decision, 30-27 across the board. I could have made an argument.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym.
Hina's Eskaraev is aiming to extend his win streak and make a statement in the Brave CF Bantamweight division as he faces Nepal's Rabindra Dant. Rabindra Dant enters the fight after a recent TKO win at one championship and looks to cement his place among Asia's rising stars. Coming up next is the bantamweight war between Eskaraev and Rabindra Dant.
好了，朋友们，这里是 YFU 与 Brave CF 的比赛现场。接下来我们为您带来的是一场男子雏量级的比赛。
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing Nepal, fighting with Summer Fight Club and Lock and Roll MMA. Please welcome Rabindra Dant!
First making his Brave Combat Federation debut, Rabindra Dant, 26 years of age, standing at 5'9", bringing a professional record of 7 wins against 1 solitary loss, representing Soma Fight Club. Shout out Yusuf Webby, shout out Big Mike, also representing Lock and Roll MMA, Kathmandu, Nepal. This is a young fighter who the guys at Soma have been saying a hell of a lot about, and almost kind of hushed tones, like, wait till you see this guy, wait till you see what he's going to do.
Rabindra Dant, he's known for his keys to victory of closing the distance, Phil, setting up those takedowns with strikes and level changes, solidifying top position and delivering fight-ending ground and pound.
Like we said, 7 wins coming as a professional, 6 by way of finish. 5 of his wins coming by way of KO or TKO. He is a finishing machine. In his last fight, he defeated Corey Sutcliffe by unanimous decision. That was in May of 2024. There is a quiet air of expectation with Rabindra Dant, and obviously representing Soma Fight Club. You know that he is coming from an incredible gym. His only loss as a professional coming by unanimous decision to current Brave Combat Federation bantamweight contender Ismail Khan back in December of 2023. A very, very young, exciting prospect. I cannot wait to see what he does here tonight in his Brave CF debut.
今晚代表 Brave CF 亮相第2场比赛的是来自尼泊尔南亚整个排名前4位的尼泊尔的选手拉宾德拉丹特。大家看到了他厚重的脚字儿，也代表了这位选手的地面技术确实非常出色。而代表 YFU 中国战队出战第2场比赛的这位选手，今晚可以说是他的一场复仇之战，因为在最近的7场比赛当中，他6次终结拿下比赛胜利，而唯一的一场比赛的失利就是上一站在面对 Brave CF 的对手的时候，所以今晚对他来说是一个很好的复仇机会。我们有请来自中国国强格斗的魔术师俄曲约布。
Final checks and balances being done, a professional. First round, he has 3 wins by way of submission, all 3 via first round rear naked choke. The majority of his career he has competed in Zhengzhou. 9 of his 10 career bouts taking place here, posting a 7-2 record. Vanessa, talk me through, if he is to win tonight, what will his keys to victory be?
Disrupts his opponent's rhythm, applying pressure with fakes and feints to elicit a reaction, inviting his opponent into a boxing ring and counter-strike. This is gonna be a firecracking matchup, Phil.
Well said, Vanessa. This is a fight I have been looking forward to. A little bit of a clash of styles, 2 young, hungry fighters looking to assert their dominance in the Brave Combat Federation bantamweight division. Oshiyabu has already fought once inside the Brave arena. Unfortunately, he posted a loss, but he is looking to make a second impression and do it in style against the debuting Rabindra Dant.
Here we go, Brave Nation! Brave CF93 continues with Brave versus YFU. This bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a knockout artist. He stands 171 centimeters tall and weighed in at 61.65 kilograms. With a near-perfect professional record of 7 victories and only 1 loss. He fights with Summer Fight Club out of Bali, Indonesia, and Lock and Roll MMA out of Kathmandu, Nepal. Presenting Rabindra Dant!
OK， 再一次为大家介绍亮相今晚第2场比赛，代表中国战队出战的这位运动员，他是来自国强格斗的彝族双子星，他的职业战绩来到了10战8胜2负，最近的7场比赛6次终结拿下对手。有请我们的魔术师俄曲约布。这是 YFU 与 Brave CF 今晚的第2场较量，男子雏量级，场上裁判员轻军体 YFU 隆中队隆中开战。
Fighter, come here. You all know the rules. Americans all time protect yourself all the time. Touch ground, back to corner.
Here we go, the tail of the tape. You can see Rabindra Durant, 6 years the elder, height identical, everything else apart from quite a sizable reach advantage for Ushiyabu. Let's see if he can use that from the striking. Right from the get-go, pop that jab in the face of his opponent, or can Rabindra Durant get the takedown, establish top position, and use his trademark fight-ending ground and pound.
Here we go.
See level changes right away from Rabindra Durant, giving me the impression either going to set up the takedown or fake the takedown and come over the top.
Just beautiful the way he uses his feints and hit that shot right away.
He must not like the food at the hotel because he had that shot. You can see he tried the takedown there, but he needs to set those up. You know, if you shut out blind, you're giving your opponent that half a second to download the data. Big shot from Ushiyabu. Doing a good job of being on his bike, implementing lateral movement as opposed to just forward and back. Needs to get back off the cage a little bit though. Damn tenacious with that takedown. Good pressure. So he may be trying to switch to a single here. Good wrist control from Ushiyabu. And just, you see what he did there, Vanessa, just that subtle little movement of trying to get his head underneath the chin of Ushiyabu. That's where you get more body control, because where the head goes, the body invariably follows. So super smart from Durant.
I love the way Dan set that up. I think he just needs to be a little more subtle with those feints so that his opponent does not see that coming.
And a lot of the time, to the uninitiated, I say this every time, but when you see two fighters pressed against the cage like that, to someone who's maybe never watched an MMA fight, they think that not a lot's going on here. But this is one of the most tiring aspects in that clinch against the cage. One fighter trying to impose his will, another trying to defend or impose his. This is the real test of grappling in MMA, and pass with flying colors from Dant. Big takedown. Ushiyabu, good job trying to get right back up again. Technically, he's a downed opponent right now, as China has not adopted that new interpretation. But these are huge shots. Referee, this is not intelligent defense. I think he's out. Referee, whenever you're ready. Referee, when you're ready. My God. Referee wanted to see a dead body here tonight.
He just kept going. He needed that to go.
There was easily about, with the greatest of respect, and I know decisions are made in the heat of the moment, but come on. 5 or 6 shots there entirely unnecessary. You can already see.
And the paramedics are coming in.
Now that one's on the referee.
Great job to Rabindra Durant.
Yeah, let's not detract. Rabindra Durant did a great job. You go until the referee tells you to stop. He was doing his job. None of the blame here lies with Rabindra Durant. He did an absolutely fantastic job.
Did. Giving Nepal a huge name for modern MMA, ladies and gentlemen, here in Brave 93 YFU. For Nepal, he did that for Nepal.
But right now, our main concern is the health of Ushiyabu. Top-notch medical team right here, putting him on the stretcher. He's up on his feet. This is good to see.
That's on the ref, 100%.
But yeah, shout out to Rabindra Durant. A beautiful, beautiful display of chain wrestling, getting the takedown, getting the dominant position. He did exactly what he had to do. Landed some beautiful shots. I don't know if there's a slight intimation from Ushiyabu who's holding the back of his head. I don't think a lot of those were to the back of the head. I would need to see the replay, because if any part of your glove lands on the ear of your opponent, it is a perfectly legal shot.
A beautiful signature win from Dan, adding it to his resume again.
Yeah.
Being a huge international name, I think he's gonna be the next Nepal superstar.
8 wins as a professional, now 7 by way of finish. 3 in the first round. I said I was excited about what we were going to see from this young man, and he did not disappoint. Hell of a performance.
出乎大家的意料，比赛的进程如此之快。对于中国的何学武来说，面对突如其来的对手的打击，确实是，遇到了一位对手。本场比赛进行至第1局1分57秒时，蓝方 TKO 对手，比赛结果蓝方胜。
moving his record now to 8-1 is
Ladies and
Rabindra
gentlemen, your
Dant. Beautiful
winner,
performance.
Rabindra Dant.
祝贺丹特！我们有请中原华信控股集团总裁古建光、德盛集团董事长王超为运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym.
Undefeated Chinese prospect Zhengzhou is set to defend his perfect record and continue his rise in the Brave CF featherweight division as he fights Kazakhstan's Rauli Bekbalat. Bekbalat, a seasoned veteran riding a 5-fight win streak, who aims to halt the hype and climb the contender ladder. Coming up next, Zhengzhou takes on Rauli Bekbalat in a featherweight bout.
赛的比赛现场，今晚是我们 YFU 与 Brave CF 的2番战。喝工厂清香好酒，看 YFU 优德终极格斗。本栏目由工厂酒业集团赞助播出。优德五香牛肉，肉香浓郁，软烂不柴。本栏目由优德五香牛肉特别赞助。YFU 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。本次比赛使用菲特式格斗品牌，菲特式格斗拼尽所能。接下来。 双方的大比分1比1平。接下来我们将为大家奉上的是今晚的第3场较量，男子羽量级的比赛。Peter。
Before we continue, Brave Nation, a major thanks to our RDX, our global apparel partner, for all their support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan and fighting with Gladiator Fight Club, please welcome Rauli Bekbalat.
Right now, introduce the fighter on the blue corner. 27 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 182 centimeters deep.
Rauli Bekbalat making his way to the Brave Arena, 26 years of age, 10-3-2 as a professional. All 10 of his wins coming by way of finish, currently riding high on the confidence of a 5-fight win streak. In his last fight, he defeated Omar Solomonov via third-round guillotine at Brave CF 85 in Lahore, Pakistan, August 2024. And what was considered unquestionably to be a huge upset. Omar Solomonov was, of course, being primed as the #1 contender, as a title challenger in the featherweight division. I now believe that that spot belongs to Rauli Bekbalat. A beautiful counter-striker coming from that archetypical southpaw stance. Keep an eye out, Vanessa, for his little pop-in knee that he times beautifully right to the liver of his opponent. If Rauli Bekbalat is to get the win, how is he going to get it done, Vanessa?
He needs to play with distance, feints, and fakes to invite his opponent into his counter-striking range, winning the battle for lead foot position. Again, as you mentioned, counter left knee to the opponent's body is his signature move, and a counter takedown attempt with knee strike, connecting the body and head kicks from southpaw stance.
Lovely insight, Vanessa. Thank you very much. He has 2 wins on his record via knee to the liver finish. That tells you just how dangerous he is. Like we said, a 5-fight win streak. This is a young man who could potentially be the next contender in the featherweight division. But first, he has to get by Zhengzhou here tonight. Brave Combat Federation 93, Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. What a night of fights we have had so far, and it just seems like it's gonna get hotter and
场上的
hotter.
蓝方选手代表 Brave 出战的这位选手是来自哈萨克斯坦的拉万，他是亚洲 MMA 的冠军，同时也是 electrifying 的重量级的金腰带拥有者。今晚代表 YFU 中国战队出战的这位选手，他的职业战绩来到了惊人的7连胜，并且呢，目前他在武林龙中队 YFU 羽量级当中排名第1位。我们有请来自中国恩波格斗的2叉足球杜奇。
Introducing the undefeated prospect, 7-0 as a pro, Zhengzhou Douji, 4 wins by way of finish. In his last fight, he defeated Zhengzhou by unanimous decision November of 2024. This young man turned pro at 16 years of age. Vanessa, I'll tell you what I was doing at 16 years of age, not turning pro in MMA. This is unquestionably a huge step up in competition, going from fighting regional talent to now taking on a bona fide international renowned talent in Rowan Big Bullet. This is sink or swim type material. Is it too much too soon, or are we going to see the rise to prominence of a young superstar here in China?
Phil, beautifully said. Zhengzhou Douji, an aggressive finisher, winning the battle for lead foot position, maintaining his kicking distance will be his keys to victory, avoiding standing square to his opponent and inviting those pop knee counters. So this is a beautiful matchup that you have just mentioned. I am so excited for this epic fight.
Excitement building, anticipation building. Featherweight division is one of the deepest divisions in Brave Combat Federation, and what I really love is the focus that Brave Combat Federation is putting on the likes of featherweight, bantamweight, flyweight. We're going to see an incredible matchup at a catchweight of 59 kilo involving Lethando Biko later, a potential fight if he gets through that. I know there's a man called Mohamed Mokayev waiting in the wings, but right now it is all about Zhengzhou Douji and Rowan Shamra Begbola. Gentlemen, introduce the fighters.
All right, Brave Nation! Here at Brave CF93 in Zhengzhou, China, this bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man has a 100% finish record. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighed in at 66.2 kilograms. With a professional record of 10 wins, 3 losses, and 2 draws. He is an Asian MMA champion. Fighting with Gladiator Fight Club out of Taraz, Kazakhstan, presenting Rauli Maimaitituoheti.
场上的红脚选手，我们先为大家来介绍一下，站在他身后的这个男人，没错，这是我们大家伙非常熟悉的前武林龙中队羽量级的金腰带拥有者，现役 UFC 运动员1叉。那么他是接下来这位选手的亲哥哥，在赛前，哥哥也送上了他的拳套，也为他的弟弟进行了伤害加持。目前弟弟的战绩在龙中队达到了7连胜，羽量级排名第1位，来自中国恩波格斗的足球杜奇。今晚的第3场比赛，目前场上的大比分1比1，双方回到了起点。场上裁判员张鑫 ，YFU 龙中队龙中开战。
Final instruction being given by the referee. Third fight of the night here at Brave Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU. You can see 5 years the elder is Bekbolat, considerably taller at 185 centimeters as opposed to 177. Interestingly though, it's Zhengzhou Doji who will have a reach advantage. Let's see if that plays any part here tonight.
Judge!
Or if that's something we need to get it, because he's good at knees. Need to know. Anyway, moving swiftly on, ladies and gentlemen.
Rawan Bekbolat is known to break his opponent's undefeated record, so would this be it for him tonight?
Again, a huge step up in competition for Zhengzhou Doji. And you can already see the calmness being exhibited by Bekbolat. Whereas there's that little bit of on the toes, almost nervous energy coming from Zhengzhou Doji. Oh, that's nasty.
Astounding shot on the inside kick.
That's a beautiful straight. Covered distance beautifully with that, took that step forward. And again, his striking, his all-round striking game is outstanding.
The way Zhengzhou Doji just slips and pops those beautiful combinations just we've seen there.
That's a solid shot to the body by Zhengzhou Doji. He needs to be wary of, as soon as he comes within distance, watch out for that pop knee from Bekbolat.
Ooh.
I don't know what the stop was.
I'm a bit confused.
I'm a little bit confused. I think the referee was saying about a low blow. I didn't quite see that myself. Head of Regulatory Affairs, Decky Larkin, looks a little bit bemused from his position. There's that pop knee.
Beautiful left knee from Rawan Bekbolat from Kazakhstan.
He's working the body beautifully. Oh! Body shot! Are you kidding me? Liver shot to the body.
Insane tonight here in China. What an epic shot from Rawan Bekbolat.
Are you kidding me? 11 wins as a professional, 11 by way of finish, his 5th in the very first round, his 3rd due to a shot to the liver. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we need to rename this man the Liver King.
Again, he just broke his opponent's undefeated record again. What a beautiful, epic win for Rawan Bekbolat, giving his nation pride from Kazakhstan.
Ooh, just look at this shot.
Beautiful.
See that? Grazes the liver, forces his opponent to drop. That's incredible. Just skims the liver. And you can see the investment he did early.
The way he beautifully exploded for that shot was just a beauty to watch live tonight here in Zhengzhou, China.
Ladies and gentlemen, at an official time of 1 minute and 24 seconds in the very first round, referee Chun Xing called a stop to this contest, declaring your winner by TKO, Rawan Bekbolat!
比赛进行至第一局，1分24秒是蓝方 TKO 对手，比赛结果蓝方胜。我们有请河南省健康产业协会会长、
ladies and gentlemen, it is official.
北京盛景集团
Rawan Bekbolat might just be one of the most dangerous men in Brave Combat Federation, not currently wearing a belt. However, I don't think he will be waiting around without an accessory like that for much longer.
I do feel like you can see his excitement through those straight face that he's pulling on a poker face.
That stoic, that...
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym.
哈萨克斯坦的老万表示祝贺。
Standout Wei Qiangyang is looking to build on his recent TKO win and defend home turf at Brave CF93 as he takes on Georgia's Juba Baridze.
Third fight of the night brings our second finish of the night.
Baridze,
hits
a
just
powerful
keep on
knockout
coming, ladies
artist,
and
eager
gentlemen.
to make a statement in his promotional debut and derail
这场比
Yang's
赛大家
momentum.
也看到了，我们的Olzhas 呢遭遇到了巨大的困难，在比赛过程当中，他的对手Rawan一个重拳击术应该是造成了胃部的短暂痉挛，所以被对手 TKO。好了，现
Coming
在
up
是
next,
以
Wei
中国战队
Jiang
来
Yan
说，
takes
目
on
前我
Juba
们
Baridze in a
2落后，接下
58.5
来
kg
是
catchweight bout.
这场比赛。
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing Georgia and fighting with Batumi Fight Academy, please welcome Juba Baridze!
Now, introduce the fighter on the blue corner. 20 years old, 167 centimeter tall, 170 centimeter of weight. And the fighter holds a professional record for high string weight. Now, the fighter on the blue corner is Eddie out of Georgia tonight. I give you Juba Baridze.
Ladies and gentlemen, when Nikolai Atanasov was forced to withdraw on relatively short notice due to injury, not a lot of people were putting their hand up to make the journey to China to take on a local proponent of mixed martial arts. But Juba Baridze put his hand up and said, yes, at 20 years of age and 3-1 as a professional, I want that opportunity. And fortune quite literally favors the brave. That is what we were going to see here tonight. 3 wins as a professional, 1 via KO or TKO, 2 by way of submission. Currently riding high on the confidence of a 2-fight win streak. Vanessa, if he is to get the win tonight, what will be his keys to victory?
Phil, he needs to pressure the opponent right from the first bell, taking the fight to the floor. He does shoot quite low for those legs, hard for the opponent to see him coming. Use the ground and pound to progression and create submission opportunities.
In his last fight, he defeated Robert Shanidze via 3rd-round TKO. That was December of 2024 in his native Tbilisi, Georgia. He is that prototypical Georgian-style, relentless powerhouse grappler with devastating power in his hands. As you said, he will need to change levels, fake the takedown, may even touch the knee to elicit that reaction from his opponent and come over the top with a big left. But hey, in your 5th fight as a professional, you're making your debut in Brave Combat Federation. Fair play, kid.
这一轮来自格鲁吉亚的朱巴贝里泽，过去的比赛他有着100%的终结率，而我们中方战队 YFU 中国战队的这位选手，这场比赛他带着一定的心理优势来到了这一轮，因为在上一次对阵 Brave CF 的对手的时候，他拿下了比赛的胜利。他在 YFU 目前是3连胜，职业战绩11战7胜4负，50%的判定胜率。有请来自中国广东的杨伟强。
All right, introduce the fighter on the red corner now. 25 years old, 176 centimeters tall, 173 centimeters of speed. And the fighter holding a professional record, 11 fights, 7 wins. The fighter represents Zhengzhou Fight Club and Sunny out of China tonight. I give you the fighter on the red corner. He's Yang Wei Jiang.
Yang Wei Jiang, 7 wins as a professional, 3 by way of finish. Currently riding a 3-fight win streak. Last time we seen him in Brave Combat Federation was Brave 84 when he defeated Bahrain's Mohammed Al Samia by unanimous decision in August 2024. A little bit of a turning point in his career as he began that fight at 4-4, batting 500. Since then, he has rattled off 2 more victories and has subsequently improved his record to a very respectable 7-4. Vanessa, how is he going to get it done?
Phil, young Wei Chang needs to be vigilant of those takedowns, using that jab to set up combinations, feints, knees, and uppercuts to lessen takedown threat, using dirty boxing while clinching.
My favorite kind of boxing is dirty boxing. He does have professional boxing experience, so let's see if he can use that foundation while simultaneously complementing that with the other necessary facets of mixed martial arts to get it done here tonight. I think it would be within his best interest to try and keep the fight standing. Again, being very smart with his movement, but again, when you're taking on a Georgian, they just have this tenacity that makes for a wonderful contrast.
Here we go, Brave Nation! Brave CF93 continues with Brave versus YFU. This is a 58.5 kilogram catchweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist. He stands 165 centimeters tall and weighed in at 58.65 kilograms. With a near-perfect professional record of 3 victories and only 1 loss, he fights with the Batumi Fight Academy out of Adyara, Georgia, presenting Juba Beridze!
红方选手职业战绩11战7胜4负，目前在 YFU 保持着3连胜的战绩。他的过往的比赛的判定终结率达到了50%。今晚他能否延续对阵 Brave CF 对手的连胜呢？我们有请来自中国广东脱武格斗的杨伟强。 这是今晚的第4场较量，目前我们在比分上暂时落后1分。场上裁判员金军体 YFU 龙中队龙中开战。
Fighter, come here. You all know the rules of the commands all time. Protect yourselves all the time. Back it up. Back to corner.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our 4th fight of the night at a catchweight of 58.5 kilo, owing to the fact that Juba Beridze is taking the fight on relatively short notice. He did miss the catchweight alliance. We have to highlight that at 58.8 kilos. You can see a distinct height advantage, 9 centimeters goes to the Chinese fighter Yang Wei Chong. Will that be an issue here tonight? It won't be an issue if he's on his back with his opponent on top of him.
I'm interested to see because Yang Wei Chang has a heavy boxing.
Ooh! Just as I say that, we did call it. We said he would fake the takedown, score the overhand, but then parlay that into a takedown of his own, and this is bread and butter
again,
for Beridze.
Juba pressuring his opponent right when the bell just rang instantaneously.
He could just skip the side control right now if he wanted to his right side, but you can see there just the subtlety of the hook implemented by Yang Wei Chong. But he needs to get those hooks a little bit higher, those butterflies, if he wants to elevate and sweep, but it'll be very difficult to do against a Georgian fighter. Doing a good job of just stepping over now into that half-guard position.
He's moving inch by inch so beautifully right in front of us right now.
Juba Beridze doing a good job of just keeping those arms clasped around the hips and mobilizing his opponent. He might be trying to khabib the legs right now. If he hooks those legs, triangles them, and elevates above the line of the hip, he will have so much more control over his opponent. But even again right now, the work he's doing, he's conserving a little bit of energy while forcing his opponent. What I expect to see is him letting him up ever so slightly just to take him down again. Watch out for the likes of a trip here. Good pressure. Decent work from Yang though, trying to get an arm in for the underhook. He's established one. We're in the 50-50 right now. Oh. But again, the strength of Beridze on display for everyone to see. These guys are in a revolving door right now, exchanging position against the cage right in front of our broadcast position.
Back again, that shoulder pressure of Juba. I mean, intense, crazy guy for being 20 years of age.
This is crazy. Switches from the double to the single. He may try and use a little bit of bounce off the cage to then turn the corner on that. Could switch to high crotch here. Thought about sneaking around the back. What Yang could do here in this position is go for Kimura grip to try and switch. I think that's what he's trying to do on the far side. Yep, you can see momentarily had Kimura grip, but again, that relentless pressure. Technically, according to the Chinese Martial Arts Federation, he's a downed opponent when he places that hand down. Great timing and awareness from Baridze. Waited for his opponent just to bring the hand up and pop the knee.
Look how beautiful the S grip of Joba Baridze is. It is not moving. It is staying like glue.
Trip takedown, beautiful. Again, Yang is in on that Kimura grip. May try and use that to transition or sweep, but side control established. Nice job. Watch out for the triangle here. You can see Yang having the wrist. If he stuffs that wrist down and brings his left leg up, but again, Baridze, big shot, keeping the hips nice and square.
This is where Joba really succeeds. The ground and pound, if he really just keeps that going and putting that pressure on, he may do it again in that ground and pound progression.
Back take here, one hook. If he gets that second hook in, it's going to be very dangerous. He's sneaking underneath. He may have this if he goes palm to palm.
That's almost tight.
He has
That's
this.
Almost tight.
That looks like game over.
Oh! Oh! It's crushing his chin, Phil.
Oh, he survived. That was crazy. Had he have got both hooks in there, he would have got the finish, I believe. But again, showing just how dangerous he is. Trying to skirt up towards the mount. Big shots from Baridze.
Again.
This is lovely stuff.
His grappling is just phenomenal. And all that power right from that angle.
Oof. The only question mark I would have at this kind of stage, given the fact he's taking the fight on relatively short notice, is this kind of pace sustainable? Is this relentless pressure something that he can do for the full 3 5-minute rounds? But again, vice-like grip around the hips. What goes up must come down. You feel like there's a little bit of a stark inevitability when we see Baridze close that distance.
Baridze's chain wrestling is just beautiful to watch from here.
Very, very clean. Nice work from Yang though, but then he finds himself being taken down. And right into side control again. Potential for the mount here if he wants it. Slide that knee across the belly, there it is, but Yang was able to hook the leg. Right back into that open guard position. In a situation like this, I would like to see Baridze separate the hands and try and land some strikes. You see it just there. Doing a good job. This is accumulation of points. He's not going to score the finish at this stage, but he is going to leave an indelible imprint in the mind of the judges.
That overhand, Phil, right from that position is just insane.
Very, very smart. If you're in the corner of Joba Baridze, you're just going to be saying, listen, man, do exactly the same thing again. Lather, rinse, repeat. However, if I'm in the corner of Yang Wei Chung, I'm saying, listen, you cannot afford to be taken down. You cannot afford to have your back against the cage at any stage. You see that first black line, that secondary black rim around the cage, I would say do not be behind that, because that's when you'll be close to the cage, that's when you'll be susceptible to the takedown. Start working behind the jab. Give him something to think about when he's going to close the distance. We're seeing some of the action from round number one. Baridze doing a good job of point scoring, landing his shots. I would like to see him separate his beat. He was very focused and he was doing a great job. He was very focused on just controlling his opponent. I would like to see him separate, break the hands a little when he's in those dominant ground position, and just land a couple more strikes, land a couple of elbows, and make it really uncomfortable for your opponent so that he doesn't have time to think about getting out of the position.
Fair play in Yang Wei Chung defending those incredible hard grappling shots from Joba Baridze. He needs to use that boxing heavy strategy that he is known for and just build up confidence from there.
Seconds out, we are approaching round number two. What can Yang Wei Chung do to stem the tide, to put a little bit of a halt on the momentum of Joba Baridze? Baridze, will he be able to keep this pace as he did in the first round? Only time will tell.
Ready? Fight!
Yang Wei-chung is
Beautiful sprawl from Yang Wei-chung.
However, it was right up against the cage. Distance covered here again by Baridze. If he gets these hands connected, there he has the hands connected. Beautiful work.
Baridze's relentless pressure again.
I think we're going to see a takedown here, Vanessa. You can see Yang Wei-chung trying to split the legs, but with the hands connected, and that beautiful work, takedown in stages by Baridze.
Well called, Phil, just then and there.
I predict these things.
Back again at that shoulder pressure that Joba is again known for. Look again, he is stuck like glue.
You can see he has that right hand wrapped around the hip, immobilizing his opponent. He's going to try and pop him off the cage and flatten him out just a little bit. And you can see the way he's edging towards the cage. Bring his opponents back off the cage. Very, very smart. Referee calling for work. We can see he is working, ref.
It's definitely working. Yang Wei-chung exhausted. You can see him kind of catch his breath right in front of us, Phil.
Yeah, this is a relentless kind of style being exhibited here. That's beautiful. Little break, boom, score your shot, connect the hands again, control. Very, very smart.
Fight IQ is to the roof for Joba Baridze.
He's got a low mount right now. If he can just pass that hip a little bit, get a little bit higher. Has he got the Dagestani handcuff? Can't quite see. He has that. Nope, not quite. He does have decent wrist control. Skips off to the side. You have to give credit to Yang Wei-chung. He's constantly trying to get his guard back, trying to work half guard. But the hips of Baridze are just so aware, squares them off all the time.
Ooh.
Big shots from
Pounding
Baridze.
shots.
But again, he lands his shots and then just dives on his opponent, giving them no time to rest or reset.
Joba's going to knee.
Can knee the body, but as soon as that hand's down under the interpretation of the downed opponent from the Chinese Federation, is technically a grounded opponent. Instruction has been given by referee Decky Larkin. Tried to sit through, doesn't quite get it, and that just shows what a vice-like grip Baridze has of his opponent. Quasi-crucifix position, thought about securing the mount. Again, good work from Yang. It's all defensive, but it's still smart.
I want to ask Joba what his secret is to those grips, because it is intense.
I don't think there's any secret to it. I just think that he's Georgian and they are built different.
It's within their DNA.
Oh, beautiful shot again. And he lands the shot simultaneously whilst closing the distance. It's so, so smart. Nice job from Yang to get back up. High crotch here, position for Baridze. 2 minutes left with which to work, and it has been all offensive grappling from Joba Baridze. Yang must be thinking to himself, what do I need to do to get this guy off me? Trying to work for that Kimura grip once again. May fall back and try and roll with it if he can. 90 seconds left with which to work. This is just relentless powerhouse grappling from Baridze.
To be fair, Yang Wei-chung was coming into this fight with a 3-win streak. And Joba coming in with a 2-fight win streak.
Beautiful takedown again. He's trying to use that Kimura grip.
Beautiful defense from Joba. Back again with those legs, Phil.
Trying to hit a low single this time. Slowly working his way up. Watch from the turn the corner. You can see Yang, though, is trying to hit the switch. Has that right arm in between the legs of his opponent. Watch out for the back take here. For the first time in the fight, Yang is in the ascendancy.
Wow, Joba on his back. I did not expect this to happen tonight.
This is what I was wondering. Was the cardio going to play a part? Once again, for those who may not have heard, is Joba Baridze taking the fight on relatively short notice. Huge opportunity presenting itself for him.
You also got to give it to these athletes with the jet lag coming here in China. Kudos to them performing for us. What superhumans.
Trying to get the back take, but again, look at Baridze. This is such an impressive performance. Watch out for another takedown. Trying to roll underneath. Good sprawl that time by Yang, but is he too close to the cage wall with 15 seconds to go? Another takedown would really punctuate the round for Baridze.
10 seconds.
This is where it gets very, very interesting, Vanessa. We saw at the sort of the closing stanzas of the rounds, we've seen Yang Wei-chung get a little bit more of his way into the fight. You wonder, what does Beridze have in reserve? Can he continue this powerhouse grappling pace, or will his cardio be somewhat depleted?
I think their game plan was to finish him in the first round. Again, he's known for pressuring those opponents from the very first bout, and we did see that. Yet Yang Wei-chung's defense is impeccable as well, which I did not expect coming from a heavy boxing background.
Third and final round. I believe that Beridze is up 2 rounds, showing some beautiful grappling dominance, turning up the striking incrementally. You can see the corner of Yang Wei-chung showing him how to establish underhooks.
Great performance from his coaches in his corner right there.
Speaking of great performances, is that what we're going to see from Beridze in the third and final round? Can he continue that crazy pressure, or will we see Yang Wei-chung, who has had a full fight camp, start to pull away? Will the takedowns come a little bit more labored? There's only one way to find out. Corners are being cleared. Third and final round of what has been a real chess match, a real nuanced grappling heavy contest here at Brave Combat Federation 93. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call.
Phil, I'm excited for this last and final round just to see what Joba will do and if he does have the cardio to last through.
Referee just wiping off a little bit of excess moisture off the fighter, and to be honest, there's a degree of gamesmanship has gone on here by his corner. They've saturated him with water. They've put a little bit of water on the ground as well, because they know, hey, this fighter could be a little bit tired. Let's give him an extra 20, 25 seconds. That's decent, decent veteran savvy by his corner.
Smart tactic.
Watch out for Beridze to change level, big shot over the top, and then attack that lead leg. Boom, big shot over the top. Needs to follow that up with a takedown. But interestingly though, right now, it's Yang who's occupied the center and is putting the pressure on Beridze.
Back again with that, I was saying, Phil, the boxing range that Yang Wei-chung
There it is.
has.
There it is. There's the takedown. Now this is good because it gives Beridze an opportunity to get a couple of lungfuls here just to assert himself, establish the position, and then continue to go to work. Watch out for that wrist control from Yang. May try and set up a triangle, but don't think he has enough space to really work it. You can see the foot on the hip. Means he's going to try and cut an angle for himself or create distance.
Yang Wei-chung, Phil, is searching for that Kimura grip again.
Watch out for the triangle once again. But again, he's big shots. Oh, that's huge from Beridze. Right into the back take. Double underhooks from the back. May try and get one hook in. Yang is a downed opponent technically here, both hands on the ground. Again, this is so smart from Beridze. Once again, Yang in his corner must be thinking, come on. Oh, hits the switch beautifully!
Wow.
Now, can he maintain this kind of position? And what does Beridze have left in the tank to get out of it?
Yang Wei-chung just transitioned the game right here.
But it's a big shot
Back
on the break.
again, the double for Joba Beridze.
Decent hits from Yang, however. Watch out for the guillotine.
Ooh.
He jumps the gilly. We say in MMA.
Tight. No.
We say in,
Oh, wow, that's tight.
we say in MMA, don't be silly, don't jump the gilly. And I think he may have just given up position. If you don't have that guard closed, it's going to be so much more difficult.
Joba needs to fight those hands. Wow.
He knew he was safe, the guard wasn't closed. I don't think he was ever really in trouble in that moment.
Look how calm and composed Joba is. The crowd went nuts, but Joba's like, this is my game.
That may have been the last Hail Mary shot in the reserve of Yang Wei-chung. Right now he's got 2 minutes, 20 seconds of a Georgian dynamo on top of him.
What a superb Georgian wrestler Joba Beridze is.
Yang trying to get that butterfly hook once again. This is fire blanket MMA. Just taking the sting out of the tail of your opponent, just making yourself such an irritant in every aspect.
Joba cleverly putting all those pressure, tiptoeing to just put most half top of his body to put all that pressure on Yang Weichang, kind of punishing him for what he just did right there.
I think he's been punishing him right from the get-go. Again, it shows. You know, this is like if you saw almost like a blackout outline of this type of style, you would know it was a Georgian MMA fighter. Relentless right from the get-go. Maybe trying to work it. It doesn't even really need to progress too much with 1 minute 15 seconds. He can stay in this position, land his shots, control the hips and legs of his opponent, and he's going to walk out with what I believe is a 30-27 unanimous decision victory. Moving to the back, potentially. Technically, a ground opponent is Yang Weichang. Tried to hit the switch once again, thought about it, but again, he got caught with it once, he wasn't going to get caught with it again. Baridze is that's what I like about this style of fighter. They're able to make reads and download the data during fights. It's incredible.
The ability to change on last minute notice. Joba's fight IQ is immense.
Approaching the final 30 seconds in the round. Yang Weichang doing everything he can to try and get up, but conceivably you feel his only way to win this is to separate and hit a Hail Mary shot. And I don't think Baridze is the kind of guy that would allow something like that to happen.
Phil, you can hear the Chinese crowd shouting behind us, rooting for their guy Yang Weichang.
Beautiful shot once again. Final 10 seconds, and Baridze, to his credit, constantly trying to score the takedowns, constantly trying to assert his dominance. What a performance. We said it at the start, and in situations like that, fortune really does favor the brave, and the bravest of warriors here tonight is called Joba Baridze.
What a win for Georgia, bringing out Georgian warriors. I mean, we have like
Rauli Tutarauli in our main event. I know it was on the very tip of your tongue, Vanessa. Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
These are hard names to pronounce, Phil. Thank you for getting my back. Go again, Phil. You were talking about that relentless pressure that Joba gives. It's immense just seeing what Georgian wrestling is, whatever they're doing there, whatever they're drinking there. Keep going.
I'll tell you what, even Stevie Wonder could see that that's a 30-27 to Joba Baridze. First of 3 Georgian fighters up tonight, I believe. That's 1-0 for the Georgians. Can they make it a clean sweep? We have David Lorkipanidze up next. Another devastating fighter, 5-0 as a pro. Will he continue to make it 6-0? Fighters to the center, we have an official decision. That was really the last opportunity, that guillotine attempt from Yang Weichang. It never really looked like it was in, looked like more of desperation.
其实从上个月中德对抗赛到我们这个月与Brave CF 的2番战，我们看到外方的选手对于中国运动员的赛前的研究还是很充分，他们特别喜欢进地面，把对手带入到地面来这个摩擦。那么这场比赛我们看到三局的较量进程非常的相似。杨伟强上一战对阵对手获得胜利，那这场比赛和对手打满3局。下面宣布比赛结果，3位裁判一致判定27-30，比赛结果蓝方胜。
Ladies and gentlemen, all 3 judges have scored this bout 30-27. A unanimous decision for your winner, Joba Baridze.
祝贺来自格鲁吉亚的运动员。接下来我们有请郑州商业企业家联合会副会长李江辉、河南双恩情健康产业有限公司运营总监李彪为双方运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。YFU 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。 们为您继续奉上今晚 YFU 与 Brave CF 二番战的另外4场精彩较量。我们稍作休息，马上回来。
震动后40高。
优德终极格斗本栏目由工藏酒业集团特别赞助，优德五香牛肉肉香浓郁，软烂不柴。感谢优德五香牛肉对本节目的大力支持。YFU 赛事运动员奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。感谢武隆体育对本节目的大力支持。本次比赛使用菲特式格斗，菲特式格斗品牌拼尽所能。好了，接下来我们为您奉上的是今晚双方的第5场较量，这是一场男子轻量级的比赛。Peter。
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing Georgia and fighting with the Batumi Fight Academy, please welcome David the Lion Lodkipanidze.
Ladies and gentlemen, now introducing the fighter on the blue corner. 25 years old, 181 centimeters tall, 182 centimeters off the weight. And the fighter holds the professional record, 5 fights in 5 ways. The fighter is the kickboxing champion of Georgia. Now, I give you the fighter on the blue corner. And standing out of Georgia tonight, he's David Lodkipanidze.
Well, Vanessa, like Granny Campbell used to say, you wait for one Georgian, then 2 come along at once. Introducing David Lodkipanidze, undefeated at 5-0, 3 wins by way of KO or TKO, 2 wins by way of a decision. In his last fight, he defeated Umut Kuzgan via second round doctor stoppage in September of 2024 in his native Batumi, Georgia. This is his first time fighting outside of Georgia. We spoke about it in the pre-show. The jet lag, the travel, the water retention. However, if he is to get the biggest win of his career tonight, what does he have to do to get it done?
The Georgian needs to secure takedowns early, establishing top control, and intelligent shot selection to force, finish, or open up space for submission attempts.
If he gets top position, he needs to keep it. Not quite simply a grappler like you would expect with some Georgian fighters. He's a Kyokushin karate black belt, a Georgian national karate champion, a Georgian national kickboxing champion at 24 years of age, not only the owner of one of the best mustaches in mixed martial arts, but one of the most well-rounded complete games.
I mean, we saw him earlier on as well, working with the German influencers, knowing how to sell fights.
爱则一跳，生死难料，这是赛前我们接下来登场的运动员送给对手的这句话。没错，接下来是他的比赛，我们同样可以看到他精彩的舞蹈。过去的职业战绩，他的战绩来到了5胜5负，在 YFU 取得了3连胜。我们有请 TNT 爱则。
Now, I'm so proud to introduce the fighter on the red corner is standing out of China tonight. 32 years old, 179 centimeters tall, 180 centimeters arm swing. And the fighter holding the professional record, 10 fights in 5 wins. Now, I give you the fighter on the red corner tonight. TNT
Vanessa, we're looking at Aizozi Damolamu. A little bit of a joker from fight week right to now. You know, playing around a little bit of the weigh-ins at face-offs. You wonder how much of that is a little bit of misdirection and theatricality, or is his head exactly where it needs to be when taking on an opponent the stature of David Lorki Panidze. 5 wins as a professional, 3 by way of finish, currently riding a 3-fight win streak. He is a Chinese regional boxing champion. Very clean, solid fundamentals, but he is facing a very dangerous prospect. With that in mind, Vanessa, if he is to get the victory, what are his keys and pathways to victory?
The TNT, the explosive dynamite, needs to put constant pressure with the jab, feints, and broken rhythm to discourage opponent's takedown. If taken down, he does scramble immediately and does not, in no exception, accept the position.
Here we go, Brave Nation! Brave CF93 continues with Brave versus YFU. This bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighed in at 70.65 kilograms. With a perfect professional record of 5 victories and no losses. He is a Georgian kickboxing champion, Georgian national Kyokushin karate champion, and Caucasus regional champion. Fighting with Batumi Fight Academy out of Batumi, Georgia. Presenting the undefeated David the Lion Lorki Panidze.
接下来的红方选手在本场比赛打响之前，所有运动员都在辛苦的减重，而他还在饭馆当中大炫羊肉串。他毫无减重的压力，每次比赛他都非常享受比赛。目前在 YFU 来到了3连胜，来自中国新疆的 TNT 爱则。 男子轻量级的比赛，场上裁判员谢辉 ，YFU 隆中队隆中开战。
Till the tip, here we go. Damolamu, the veteran at 32 years of age. Slight height and very slight reach advantage goes to David Lorki Panidze, but I think that's going to be relatively immaterial in the scope of his game plan.
Stop! 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 Hard! Ready!
I'm so excited, Phil. Here we go.
Right away, Lord Kipanidze. Oh, beautiful work, changing levels. You can see Damu Lamu trying to defend, but you cannot defend the inevitable. That is David the Lion scoring a takedown.
David's Georgian wrestling is showcasing right now for the first few seconds of the fight, putting that top heavy position control that we can see. Aizozi Damulamu working well at defending that.
And you can tell that Baridze and Lord Kipanidze are from the same gym. Just that particular style of elevating the hips, isolating. This is something that they clearly work on ad nauseum in their gym. Just relentless pressure. Not only does it take the heart away from your opponent, but you can feel a palpable air being sucked out of the crowd here, seeing the Chinese fighter being dominated like this.
What impresses me is Lord Kipanidze's strength on those tiptoes when he does push forward. Again, the Georgian wrestling style that you've mentioned.
That guard is wide open if he just pushes down on the knee and skips to his left side. Like you can already see with like the grimaces on the face of Damu Lamu. He's trying to power out of everything with pure muscle as opposed to refined technique. That's going to deplete his gas tank, and that is going to be something that Lord Kipanidze will take advantage of.
Phil, I don't know if it's an 8-year age gap that's happening here, as we can see a veteran and a young fighter coming in for modern MMA that you've seen. What they're working on in Georgia is something else. It's like a lab.
Yeah, it's incredible. They're producing world-class fighters, the likes of Rauli Tutarauli, who we're going to see tonight. Former Brave alum Guram Kutataladze, now plying his wares into the UFC. An incredible stable of fighters coming out of Georgia.
The arena is tense. I can hear pin dropping.
Right now, what we want to hear is that leather dropping. Big shots from David Lord Kipanidze are needed, but it seems to be the game plan of the Georgian fighters. Kind of use that first round to completely break the will, the momentum, the pace of your opponent, incrementally turn it up round by round. It must be said that all of Lord Kipanidze's finishes have come in either the second round or the third round, so he really does use that first round as a way of just breaking his opponent down.
I love his nickname, the Technician, David Lord Kipanidze. And it is evident right here, inch by inch, winning that position. Top control, as we can see here.
Closed guard now from TNT, but opens it again, and that is it's wide open to be passed by Lord Kipanidze. Turning it up with some strikes. It is just systematic. It's shutdown jiu-jitsu is exactly what it is, because he's not allowing his opponent any space with which to move or create offense or angles for themselves. Anytime they do create a slight angle, his hips are tight, he follows and squares up. It's beautiful to watch.
Damulamu looks exhausted, and the Chinese, I can feel the audience taking the breath out loud.
Got the foot on the hip, but again, just watch. You see even just the subtle little grab of the foot at the heel and bring it back up into the center. So smart. All those little nuances that you don't really appreciate we're seeing right now.
Aizuzi needs to get his hips up, use those frames to escape the heavy pressure of David, the Technician, Lord Kipanidze.
You can see the degree of desperation coming from Aizuzi. Usually if a fighter's trying to land shots from the bottom where they're not able to generate a hell of a lot of power, it's usually a little sign of desperation. Lord Kipanidze keeping everything so compact. A constant grimace on the face of Aizozi Damulamu, because he's trying to muscle out of these positions, but the body composition, between the two, you can see Lord Kipanidze looks the more muscled type fighter. He's not going to be overwhelmed by Damulamu.
He's been in these positions in the gym before. You can see how calm and collected David is.
Not really bothered by that butterfly hook at all on the left side. His right side. Foot on the hip as well. And again, it's just beautiful pressure and domination. 10 seconds left to go. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a very, very labored get-up from Aizozi, and potentially Lord Keipanidze may have set him up for a finish in the second round.
David, the technician, establishing top control from round one. What a beautiful work for the Georgian, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominant right from the get-go. As soon as he scored the takedown, the pressure was unrelenting, and I think what we're going to see in round two is essentially exactly the same approach. Use the hands to bring the attention upstairs, score the takedown, and go to work. This is what this Batumi Fight Academy style is predicated on, is underpinned by that ethos of just, do you know what? Damu Lamu, whilst it may be entertaining, does he really need to be mean mugging the camera? As it tells me his attention's elsewhere.
Will David keep his undefeated record tonight,
Yes,
Phil?
yes. Quite simply, if he continues to fight the way he is with this level of intelligent positional control, I can't see anything other than a win for him. If I'm in the corner of Damu Lamu, I'm saying, listen, constant movement. As soon as you stop moving, you're going to get taken down. He needs to implement side-to-side movement, lateral. Can't constantly be one direction. He needs to mix it up. Very much like the last fight we saw, he cannot afford to have his back against the cage at any stage.
He needs to not accept those top positions from David Lord Keipanidze. As you were saying, Phil, earlier on in the fight week, Aizozi coming in, joking around. Is his head in the same place?
I don't think so. Oh, beautiful shot again.
An aggressor, David hailing shot, hooks on hooks.
Oh, huge shot from David.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what? That's a hell of a start from Damu Lamu. Can't quite see, someone's bleeding. But David scores a huge takedown once again. Frenetic start to the round. Oh, it's a cut just to the corner of the eye of Aizozi, I believe. Can't quite see if that's going into the eye. I think it is a little bit. Starting to be a little bit of an irritant to the vision. Great head positioning from David.
Beautiful way of taking that hand out of Aizozi Damu Lamu from those shots.
You know, weirdly, I think the fact that he's been taken down is actually causing the blood to move away from the eye. If he was standing up, the blood would be going straight down. So it's never great to be taken down and to be cut, but it doesn't seem to be too much of an irritant right now. And saying that, if I'm Lord Keipanidze, I'm just going to be constantly throwing pot shots to that region, really try and open that eye up, even get the glove and grind it into the area. Once again, Lord Keipanidze again just taking the sting out of the fight.
TNT, I want him to use what his nickname is, said, and be explosive, yet we did not see a part of that tonight, Phil.
Well, quite simply, the fuse has not been lit on the dynamite just yet. We saw a brief little exchange there with the hands going back and forth, but right now, that positional control from David Lord Keipanidze, this is what you would show young fighters. This is a blueprint for success in MMA.
The Georgian wrestler keeps putting that top pet position, that great shoulder pressure again. He is relentless with that. Just keeps going, does not stop from round for round.
And again, it is the intelligence of the head position, just sneaking underneath the chin. So smart, so intelligent. And again, it's such a fundamental aspect of MMA, but it's often forgotten because you see guys wanting to do the flashy stuff, big shots, you know, flashy submissions, flying triangles, but just the fundamentals of positional control, absolutely stunning.
Sometimes keep it simple, stupid Phil wins the fights.
Did you say keep it simple, stupid Phil? Did you just call me stupid Phil? Wow.
I meant to put a comma. Phil.
Well, then you need to work on your sentence construction, young lady. Talking about a man who does not need to work on anything right now. The positional dominance continues to be incredible from David Lorkipanidze. From myself, Stupid Phil, and Vanessa Campos.
I apologize for how I said that, but Phil, your analogy is incredible, and I'm learning step by step from you, from the legend right in front of us. I mean, this is amazing to watch. Just the grappling prowess of David Lorkipanidze and the hilarious Phil, but his analysis, guys, it is unmatched in the MMA world.
Thank you. You can see that. You can see that guard wide open. I'd like to see Lorkipanidze push down on that knee, skip himself over to the side control, because he's happy with. Again, I'm being hypercritical because he's being so dominant, and as a fan, this is what I want to see. But his style right now, it's Chael Sonnen-esque, in its delivery and its execution. You know, he's landing enough strikes. You know, these aren't concussive knockout strikes, but they're such an irritant to your opponent that they can't think about progressing. They can't think about getting back up because they know as soon as they move, bop, they're going to get hit with a shot.
Aizozi Damulama looks exhausted, Phil. He's been here for too long. He's been in that position. He needs to scramble, get out immediately.
Honestly, I say this with the greatest of respect. You know, he's a 5-5 fighter who's primarily a boxer. Does he possess the composite and necessary skills to get himself out of this position? You know, there's no real technical urgency in what he's doing. Get the back to the mat, free him up, get to a knee, get to an elbow, move up. He tried early to power out of the position, which is something, you know, unless you're Brock Lesnar, that's something you're not going to do. Coming up to 10 seconds in round number 2. Again, wonderfully dominant performance. There you have it, round number 2 in the books. And Vanessa, things aren't looking good for Mr. TNT Damulama. What do you think he needs to do going into the third and final round to change the complexity, to change the real flow of this fight?
TNT, please use your dynamic, explosive boxing that you are known for. Please use your range. I want to see those lateral movement. I want him to load up those shots. That's what he is known for. He is overwhelmed by David Lorkipanidze from Georgia. That wrestling, that aggressive, relentless pressure that they bring is again, Phil, you mentioned, unmatched.
Decky Larkin was inside the cage, just having a little bit of a look on the cut. Once again, we're seeing the water being I think that they've actually made a little cut in that bag so the water comes out of it. Oh, the Georgians, love them.
The same thing that they've done with Jova Beritze, clever way.
But like we were saying, going into the third and final round, I fully expect to see a couple of big shots from Lorkipanidze. He almost does it to bait his opponent into planting the feet. When they plant the feet, boom, he scores the takedown, he goes to work.
David coming in close again with an undefeated record. Would it go up to a 6-0, Phil?
I firmly believe so. If he can maintain that level of composure, that level of discipline in his approach to this final round, I think, you know, he's looking at another dominant round.
I love a little pep talk.
Ready? Fight!
Third and final round, here we go. Lorkipanidze changing levels, up and down, big shot, decent defense. You feel that if that, because every fight starts standing, this is where you believe Damulama is going to have the greatest chance. But right now, pressured against the cage, I believe he's going to get taken down. I believe we're going to see 5 minutes of dominance from David Lorkipanidze.
We've seen it before, Phil. We're going to see it again.
Trying to get in on that single. Look at the clasp of those hands. That's just not S-grip. That's proper wrist-to-wrist grip.
Back again. You called it, Phil.
There you go. Damulama must be lying on his back thinking, hey, why did I choose MMA? I could have been a baker. I could have been a chef. Instead, I'm getting beat up by a big, nasty Georgian dude.
Batumi Fight Academy, Georgia. The level of chain wrestling of your fighters is incredible. Kudos to those coaches over there. Again, we've seen it replicated, mirrored from Joba to David Lorkipanidze.
Yeah, this seems to be a real hallmark of their fighting style, just complete dominance. And now you see he's turning up that frequency.
He's eating those shots. Ay, Zozi Damulamu. Lorkipanidze working on those left body shots from that ground and pound positions.
Wonderfully dominant performance. And still has the energy to really up his output now. Look at the size of that man's back. It looks like an upside down Dorito. That man is built different.
Maybe he'll get a Dorito sponsorship after this.
This is wonderful. You know, to be able to set, this is happening right in front of us. And ladies and gentlemen, yeah, it looks impressive on television, I'm sure, but when it's right here in front of you, you can see the subtle things like the little bits of hip control. Fantastic from Lorkipanidze.
The way Brave and YFU created this event is phenomenal. I mean, shot by shot, you can hear right in front of us. The sweat I can feel, Phil.
Coming up to the final 2 minutes 30, final half of the round. Lorkipanidze just with constant pressure. You know, to the uninitiated, you know, people love knockouts, people love submissions, but if you are a true fan of mixed martial arts, you cannot help but be impressed by this performance. You know, we wondered, the first time fighting outside of his native Georgia, the travel, was it going to be an impediment to him? Was it something he was going to have to overcome? Not a factor whatsoever.
He did not flinch at all, Phil, for that. What an amazing athlete. Again, at just 24 years old. I mentioned this earlier. Is it the age gap? Is it the 8-year age
I think it's the
gap?
skill differential more than anything. And I say that with the greatest of respect, but we're looking at one fighter who is incredibly well-rounded in every aspect of mixed martial arts, and we're looking at another who is primarily a striker. And again, if you want to compete at this level, you're going to face guys who are not just one-trick ponies. They're not just specialists. They are dangerous in every aspect. And more often than not, he who controls the wrestling controls where the fight goes and who's going to win.
Superior grappling always wins in this game.
Approaching the final minute, and if again, I'm going to be hypercritical. I'd love to see a finish from David Lorkipanidze, purely to punctuate what has been one of the most dominant performances we've seen inside the Brave Arena.
Back again, and that shoulder pressure that David is giving. Just relentless with that pressure, just never losing sight of his prey.
Approaching 45 seconds left. Third and final round, and again that output has just grown incrementally. More strikes. You know, he looks as fresh as he did at the start of the very first round. You know, this is a systematic breakdown, a systematic shutout by David Lorkipanidze, who will inevitably move his record to 6-0 here tonight.
A technician at its finest.
And I think the crowd here in Zhengzhou, China have accepted the inevitable. You can feel a degree of resignation within the crowd. And Vanessa, talk me through that performance.
Wow, I just felt like Zozi Damulamo sort of gave up, knowing David Lorkipanidze is an intense submission grappling artist, hailing from Georgia. As you mentioned, Phil, the crowd has kind of gone quiet. It is striking versus grappling between these two. And superior wrestling, superior grappling, top control will always win in the game of mixed martial arts. It is beautiful to watch both with these two athletes. Gotta give it up for Zozi Damulamu, fighting in front of his home crowd. The Xinjiang Autonomous Region boxing champion. But the Georgian indeed will secure that win tonight.
I don't think it's going to take too long for our judges to formulate and produce their scores. Potentially we might even see a 30-26 here due to the dominance of David
Ladies
Lordi-Banidze.
and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this bout 30-27. A unanimous decision for your winner, and still undefeated, David the Lion Lordi-Banidze.
这场比赛3局的进程如出一辙，蓝方选手始终在地面压制着红方选手。3位裁判一致判定27-30，比赛结果蓝方胜。有请北京盛典集团董事长田宇、河南省健康产业协会会长、优德集团创始人牛刘栓为双方运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。YBO 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。祝贺来自格鲁吉亚的达维特，谢谢2位颁奖嘉宾。
What a brilliant performance by David Lordi-Banidze, the Georgian warrior, young warrior.
接下来是我们今天晚上2番战的第6场比赛。这是2位袖珍拳王之间的较量。Peter。
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing South Africa and fighting with Port Elizabeth Submission Fight Academy, please welcome Luthando Shorty Biko!
All right, folks, now introduce the fighter on the blue corner tonight. 35 years old, 161 centimeters tall, 167 centimeters of swing, and the fighter holds the professional record, 15 fights in 12 wins. The fighter is MMA champion of South Africa and holds the black belt of Zhengzhou, Brazilian, and the golden belt of EFC. Now, I give you the fighter on the blue corner. Let's welcome Luthando Biko.
Vanessa, there are times in MMA that you get to call a fighter who you have watched before you were involved in the game professionally. For me, this moment's happening right now. Luthando Biko, I am a huge fan. He is a pioneer of flyweight mixed martial arts. This is huge for me. Yes, you know, we love the flyweight division. This is a man who was meant to make his Brave Combat Federation debut at Brave CF 82 in Mauritius. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make that. He was then meant to fight Mohamed Mokayev at Brave Combat Federation 91 in December of 2024. Let's hope it's third time's the charm here tonight. If he's to get the win, how do you anticipate it will happen?
Phil, Luthando Shorty Biko standing right in front of us needs to use strikes to punch into clinch and work for those takedowns. Again, working for those double underhooks in the clinch and constant proactive offense will give Luthando the win.
12-3 as a professional, 9 wins by way of decision, 4-fight win streak.
来自南非的鲁桑多比克在南非排名第2位 那今晚他的对手是我们武力隆重队 YFU 的一位元老级的运动员，可以说从隆重队开播以来，他一直征战至今。曾经他在铁笼当中和苏木达尔基大战3局，他也是2017年 CKF 年度总冠军。他曾经是一位武警官兵。有请来自中国东北的邹金拜。
He's coming, he's coming, he's coming! The fighter on the red corner tonight. 32 years old, 172 centimeters tall, 170 centimeters arms weight. And the fighter holds the professional record, certified in 15 weighs. The fighter is the Sunday champion of Young Parade 2008. And the fighter is final champion of CKF 2017. Now, I give you the fighter on the red corner. Yes, standing out of China, he's Zhou
By making his way to the Brave Arena. 15 wins as a professional, 10 wins by way of finish. 9 of those finishes coming in the very first round. 5 wins by way of submission, 3 guillotines, 2 armbars. Interestingly though, he has 11 losses by way of submission. Vanessa, that highlights to me that there is a potential weakness, a discrepancy in his submission defense game. But let's not talk about the negatives, let's talk about the positives. If he is to get the win tonight, what are his keys to victory?
Jimbo Zhao needs to utilize his strikes and maintain distance, focusing on defensive grappling, anti-grappling to cause separation to stay off the ground. He needs to mix up his movement to avoid becoming predictable, and he does punish failed takedowns with strikes.
He's going to need to take his head back to the days of 2020. He is going to need to implement some social distancing. He cannot allow his opponent to get close.
All right, Brave Nation, here at Brave CF93 in Zhengzhou, China, this is a 59.5 kilogram catchweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, this man is a mixed martial artist. He stands 158 centimeters tall and weighed in at 59.4 kilograms. With a professional record of 12 victories and 3 losses, he is a 2-time African MMA champion and 2016 IMAF African Open gold medalist. Fighting with Vespa out of Port Elizabeth, South Africa, presenting Lufando Shorty Miko.
能否扭转今天晚上 YFU 中国战队的颓势，就在这位运动员的身上。他的职业战绩30战15胜15负。他曾经是一位武警官兵。2017年，他是 CKF 的年度总冠军，也是隆中队元老级的运动员，来自中国辽宁的邹金拜呀。 这场比赛我们不能再输了。场上裁判员张琪 ，YFU 隆中队隆中开战。
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fight number 6 of the night at a catchweight bout of 59.5 kilos. The veteran of the lighter weight divisions, Lufando Shorty Miko, 35 years of age, distinct height disadvantage. Well, however, it may be an advantage if he wants to get in on those hips. Zhou Jinbai, a little bit taller, has a reach advantage. This has the hallmarks of an instant classic, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Judge, time. Fight.
The great thing about these lighter weight classes is it usually lends itself to frenetic fast-paced action right from the get-go. Luthando Biko with all the hallmarks of a smaller Hector Lombard. That man is thickly muscled for 5 foot.
Luthando Biko's explosive footwork is so beautiful to watch. The way he just moves forward, comes back again, throwing those feints on that right low kick. It's just beautiful to watch right in front of us.
You can see that dynamic movement of his. It slowly ever edges his opponent towards the cage. Big shot over the top. That's a beautiful shot from Biko.
Jimbo Zhao's awake now.
That's a little bit of a marker then. It lets his opponent know that if he tries to breach that middle distance, he's going to get hit with a big shot with that big rear hand. Good level change there from Jin Bai. But this is not where he wants to find himself, pressured against the cage by the veteran Biko. Has the double underhooks. Nice hips though from Jin Bai. Oh, that's a smart knee. That's veteran savvy. The awareness to know when your opponent's head is just on that outside and pop it up.
It's just so beautiful to watch his level change on the cage. It's stunning to watch from this veteran.
And again, the head positioning, just burying that head underneath his opponent. So heavily muscled, so strong, but again, has 9 wins by way of decision, which tells you that he does not get tired in these situations. Nice little body head work from Biko.
Luthando Biko known for using strikes in that clinch, and we can see it being...
A little bit of a mistake there, capitalized by Jin Bai. I don't think many of us thought this was going to be the position the fight would end up in.
I did not fail.
But right back up is Biko, trying to turn defense into attack to score the double. Does he have the hands connected? Can't quite see. That's incredible balance is being exhibited by Jin Bai. He eats a shot for his trouble. Constantly working in the clinch, like we said. 5-fight win streak for Luthando Biko. In his last fight, he defeated Samir Faidin via unanimous decision in April 2023. So that is almost a 2-year layoff.
Again with those knees from Luthando Shorty Biko.
The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt in his own right is Luthando Biko, simultaneously a judo black belt, so a very, very intelligent grappler. And, you know, that's what you would like to see a little bit more from Jin Bai, using that jab. He has the reach advantage. Be aware of that. Utilize that. Oh! This is the problem when you throw a spinning heel kick. Your opponent needs to take that 1.5 to 2 foot step forward and score the takedown. The timing on that was beautiful from Biko.
That was stunning to watch, impeccable, just in seconds. To take that takedown from Biko was beautiful.
Watch out for a potential triangle position, swept aside effortlessly by Biko. And you just saw a big deep breath from Jin Bai. Realized I may have made a little bit of a mistake opting to throw that spinning heel kick.
Biko's hammer fist is intense, almost throwing some elbows as well there. We're just crazy power on this guy.
Doing a good job of just controlling and squaring off with the hips. Approaching the final minute of round number 1. Great work from Biko from start to finish. Watch out for the up kick. Again, just smothering the work of his opponent. There's actually decent little shots being landed. But a minute left with which to work. Potential quasi-crucifix position for Luthando Biko. He may be setting up a head-on triangle here. The very early stanzas. Let's it go.
Nice use of elbows from Luthando Shorty Biko right there.
You get the feeling if he can get that knee free. First off, I'd like to see him get his head underneath the armpit on the left side. Move his head to bring that. Oh,
he's taking his
back. Right now, just free your arm and land big, nasty, dirty shots. 25 seconds left. Maybe a head-on triangle on the other side, but no, he's happy to land big shots. Oh, beautiful work.
What an elbow from Biko. Oh, he's got his double hooks in now.
I'd like to see these big shots flatten out. Big shots. Can he get the finish with 10 seconds remaining?
Oh.
This could be huge. I think Jin Bai's going to make it to the end of the round. Saved by the bell. Wow. You can already see big cut on the head of Jin Bai. And the fact that it's taken him quite a while to get up lets me know that he is rocked.
Look at Luzando eyeing his prey consistently with those sharp eyes, knowing what work he's done. A beautiful performance from the shorty.
That is a chilled out man right there. You can see the spinning heel kick, wrong choice by Jinbai, but then just punctuating the round with huge shots. That eye is definitely giving trouble to Jinbai. That is a nasty, nasty cut right underneath the eyebrow.
Gotta give it up for Jinbao for surviving that round, Phil. That was just painful to watch.
By the very skin of his teeth. If you're the coach of Bandu Guigo, you just saying, keep doing what you're doing, keep being smart, score your takedown, rough him up, or grind him pound. The finish will present itself when it does. Take it with both hands.
Luzando looking so focused right in front of our eyes.
Corners being cleared. If you're Luzando Biko, you're just going to make a beeline to your opponent and try and rough up that cut. There we go, round number 2. It's a nice leg kick just to mix things up a little bit by Biko. That's beautiful movement, just side to side, switching.
Beautiful lateral movement from Biko. Look at how explosive his feet is, just moving, as you said, side to side, going in, throwing those feints, going for that calf kick.
Another smart calf kick. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him throw a big shot over the top, fake the low leg kick, come over the top with a shot.
He's dancing in the canvas so beautifully. Look at, ooh, beautiful single.
There it is.
Takedown.
Again, beautiful work just to get him down, establish the position. And if you notice now, he doesn't chase anything unnecessary. It's economy of movement, economy of energy. He gets himself into the position, takes a deep breath, establishes the position, and goes to work. Early stanzas of a potential head-arm triangle here. We've seen flashes of it potentially in round number 1. Seems to be committing to it. If he pops his head down, I might try and work for the back take again. Oh, these are big, big shots from Luzando Biko.
Is he taking it? It's back again, an attempt.
He might sneak his arm round for the Dagestani handcuff. If he can get underneath the hip, isolate that arm, free up his own arm, and just smash.
With that left arm.
Right arm on the hip right now, just controlling the movement of his opponent. Again, veteran savvy being exhibited by the 35-year-old. In that anchor position, slowly, methodically working, continuing to dominate. Now landing big shots.
Oof,
that's a nice elbow. Once again, trying to work to open up that cut as Luzando Biko using every bit of his veteran savvy.
Phil, I think you may be right. He's going again for the head and arm.
Oh, big shots. Referee telling the fighter to fight back.
Ooh,
oh, he's really turning it up.
Oh, no.
Huge shots from Luzando Biko. Again, he realized he didn't necessarily have the exact finishing position, goes back down, reassesses. This is such an intelligent performance.
Just beautiful use of power as well. It's so difficult to strike from there, but he just knows how to balance and explode those shots from that position. Luzando Biko Shorty, what a fighter you are.
Constant, consummate pressure. As we said, 12 wins as a professional, 4-fight win streak. We spoke about the fact that he had that fight lined up with Mohamed Mokaev. Talking to him in the lead up to fight week, he said that that is a fight that he wants back.
Back again on those elbows, on those strikes. Wow, nice hammer fist from Vico. Look at him just swerving for that same position again, working on that level.
The positional control here. Again, this has been the kind of narrative of the fight card so far, is the positional control, positional dominance, using that astute knowledge to incapacitate your opponent.
The cup fail is being opened up again by Lithando Biko and Yinbo Zhao. It's increasing in its blood output.
Nice elbows again, really targeting that cut.
Great damage work for Lithando.
45 seconds to go. You get the feeling he's just waiting for that prime position. Oh, beautiful short elbow.
Ooh, nice.
Again, establishing that position. It's almost as if he teases with that head-arm position to give his opponent the impression they're going to work for it. Then it opens up another shot for him. So smart. And you've seen the wince on the face of Jinbai.
Oh! That is one and done for Lithando. Shorty Biko from South Africa. What a guy, Phil.
That is a hell of a shot to see this fighter still perform in such a fashion. Absolutely incredible. What a way to make a statement at the third time of trying on your Brave Combat Federation debut. With a performance like that, ladies and gentlemen, we might have a new contender in the already stacked flyweight division. His name is Lithando Shorty Biko. A little bit of a check being done over here by one of the best doctors in the fight game. Dr. Raf taking care of our fighters. Shout out to the big man. There you see the finish. You know, I was critical of a referee earlier for a late stoppage, but that stoppage was impeccable by the referee. Seen that the fighter wasn't capable of intelligently defending himself. Absolutely outstanding. Now let's throw it up to our MC for the night, Mr. Peter Linkett, to make it official.
下面宣布比赛结果，本场比赛进行至第二局4分48秒时，蓝方 TKO 对手，比赛结果蓝方胜。
Ladies and gentlemen, at 4 minutes and 48 seconds in the round number 2, we have your winner by TKO, Lithando Shorty Biko.
有请上明集团副总裁谢金彪、上明集团副总裁宋泽磊为双方运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。YFU 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible night of action we have had already tonight, kicking off the year of Brave Combat Federation's continued dominance in the scope of global mixed martial arts. Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, I want to ask you a question. What do you think about when you think of Switzerland? Do you think of mountain ranges? Are you like me? Do you think of Toblerone? Yes, that's just one of the many incredible things you will find in Switzerland, but we are going to add to that legend. We're going to add to that legacy. In May, we will once again be breaking new ground in collaboration with our friends. We will be going to Geneva, Switzerland for an incredible fight night. We will see the return of the most dominant heavyweight force in the history of Brave Combat Federation. I am, of course, talking about our heavyweight champion, the one and only Pavel, the Experiment Dalitko. He will be defending his heavyweight title against a new threat. But ladies and gentlemen, we do not stop there. We are not just having one historic show in May, we are having another. We will once again be setting foot down in Tenerife for the second time in the history of Brave Combat Federation for another exhilarating fight night in the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, May is the gift that keeps on giving. Not one, but two absolutely stacked Brave Combat Federation fight shows. Once again, Brave Combat Federation TV, you will see all the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your up next fight of the night, your co-main, Keremuaili versus Maimaitituoheti versus Khurshed Nazarov. A veteran gets a shot at redemption versus a hungry young fighter. Traditional martial arts goes head to toe with modern MMA. Keremuaili, the Mountain Eagle from China, a 31-14 record, a 10 KO wins, 11 submission, and 10 decision. More than 40 pro bouts under his belt. Ladies and gentlemen, that is impressive. Fighting in front of his home crowd here in beautiful Zhengzhou, China, regaining momentum after a tough loss in Brave 84. We have the Tajikistan Nazarov coming out of a 5 of 9 wins by finish and a new wave of MMA. What a grappling prowess this young fighter has. Patient and tactical with strong grappling fundamentals. Will he tire out his opponent, as that is what he's known for, latching onto his opponent like glue. We now then have the epic main event of the night. The Georgian powerhouse, Rauli Tutarauli versus Olzhas Eskaraev. A mind-blowing event, ladies and gentlemen, here in beautiful Zhengzhou, China. Both have unfinished business. Aggressor versus the technician. They both have challenged the champion, Abdisalam Kobanishbek, for the lightweight title eliminator. Guys, this is a Eurasian supremacy. I am so excited to be bringing you this fight. Rauli ranked #1 lightweight in Europe with a 35-8 record, 22 KOs, 5 submissions, and 8 decision wins. Known for his relentless power, I am so excited to be bringing you the fights tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He is known for closing that distance, working incredibly well in that clinch. We now then have Olzhas Eskaraev from Kazakhstan, the most prominent lightweight, known for his technical prowess, a 16-7, a 5 KO, and 5 submission wins. His 10 wins via stoppage. Will he take down Rauli earlier on in this round? Ladies and gentlemen, your co-main and your main event for Brave 93 and YFU in majestic China.
Thank you, beautiful girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the QR code on your TV right now. Wherever you are in the world, Brave CF TV is just one click away. Download the Brave TV app or catch us on Apple TV, Android, Huawei, and Amazon Fire Stick, or watch at bravetv.com. Scan the QR code right now to join Brave Nation.
朋友们，接下来我们还有2场比赛，这2场比赛也是今天晚上最精彩的2场比赛。一场是今晚的2番战的联合主客。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away from our co-main event of the evening. Keremuaili Maimaitituoheti taking on Khurshed Nazarov. Now, for me, this fight is interesting for a number of reasons. You have Khurshed Nazarov, 9-1-1 as a professional, coming off the first loss of his professional career. But let's dig a little bit deeper into that. Who is his first loss against? It is, of course, against the now champ of the division, Nicholas Wende. So coming out, Khurshed come off a 3.5-year layoff. He lost a decision. Speaking to him in the lead up to fight week, he has said, I vehemently believe I have what it takes to beat the champion. But on the transverse of that, he is facing the 45-fight veteran in Maimaitituoheti. That's easy for me to say. He has 31 wins as a professional. 21 of those wins coming by way of finish. 9 in the first round, 8 in the second round, 4 in the third round. He has 11 wins by way of submission, 7 via rear naked choke, 2 arm bars, 1 seldom seen Peruvian necktie, and 1 omoplata. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fight for the ages, a fight we cannot wait to see. It is about to go down right here, right now. This is Brave Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. Let's go.
OK， 刚才给大家介绍接下来的2场比赛，应该说是今天晚上的2场重头戏。下一场是一场联合主赛，最后一场比赛是 Brave 的他们比赛的头条主赛。接下来是今晚2番战的第7场比赛，也是 YFU 与 Brave CF 的最后一场比赛。Peter。
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner, representing Tajikistan and fighting with Dynamit Sport Club, please welcome Khurshed Nazarov!
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now the 2-man era tonight is going. The first, introduce the fighter on the blue corner. 25 years old, 155 centimeters tall, 180 centimeters arm strength. And the fighter holds the professional record, 11 fights and 9 wins. The fighter is the Sambo champion of the world. Now, I give you
Nazarov. Well, just finish it for the MC there, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, a fight I am absolutely buzzing for. Khurshed Good Boy Nazarov trying to bounce back from that first loss of his career to the current Brave Combat Federation undisputed bantamweight champion of the world, the Saint Nicholas Wende. 9 wins as a professional. Does Nazarov have an incredible mixed martial arts background and even deeper traditional martial arts background? This man is a multiple-time Tajikistan national combat sambo champion, a former combat sambo world champion, and a former all-Asia combat sambo champion. If that's not enough, he has so many keys to victory, so many ways to win the fight. Vanessa, you're up.
Wow, Khurshed Nazarov, the good boy, uses strikes to close the distance, establishing the clinch to look for upper body tie-up, utilizing ground and pound, and amazingly fighting southpaw. Phil, I am so excited for this co-main tonight.
As a southpaw, I have a bias for southpaws. I will quite openly admit that, but watch out for his entries into the takedown. They come at transverse angles that aren't indicative of an orthodox fighter, which keeps your opponent kind of guessing. But this is your co-main event of the night and may just have serious implications in the bantamweight title picture. One half of our co-main event is inside the Brave Arena, presenting Khurshed, the good boy, Nazarov.
霍尔谢德来自格斗核心产区塔吉克斯坦，而且他肥厚的脚趾耳应该代表着这位选手的地面实力非常强劲。接下来代表 YFU 中国战队出战的这位选手，他是中国第一批 MMA 的职业格斗运动员，这是一位老将，职业战绩45战31胜14负，在隆中队是最大的战绩7连胜。他曾经也是重量级金腰带的有力争夺者，目前在中国区排名第6位。有请来自中国新疆的Maimaitituoheti。
The fighter holding the professional record for the 45 and 31 weights. And the fighter holding the golden belt of Zhengzhou and Tutarauli. The fighter represents Fight Club Zhengzhou. And the fighter standing right corner is standing out of China tonight. I give you the Eagle Maimaitituoheti.
Keremuaili Maimaitituoheti, an incredible veteran of Chinese MMA, 34 years of age, 31 wins, 21 finishes, as we've alluded to, has fought in 3 different weight classes: bantamweight, featherweight, lightweight, next level positional control. But against Khurshed Nazarov, who will be facing a type of grappling game that I do not believe he has encountered. Vanessa, what does he need to do to get the job done here tonight?
Phil, I love this guy's name, Keremuaili Maimaitituoheti. From China, he needs to use fundamental boxing, avoid kicks as it creates a takedown risk, avoid clinching with the opponent, implementing constant lateral movement, using his grappling to stifle the opponent's momentum.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win a clinch battle against someone like Khurshed, the good boy Nazarov. Like we said, a former combat sambo world champion. The real fight will be contested, I believe, in that boxing distance. But for our co-main event, Peter Lincoln.
Here we go, Brave Nation! Brave CF93 continues with Brave versus YFU. This is the co-main event of the evening. A 62.5 kilogram catchweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighs at 62.5 kilograms with a professional record of 9 victories, 1 loss, and 1 draw. He is a combat sambo world champion, fighting with Dynamit Sport Club out of Dushanbe, Tajikistan, presenting Khurshed Nazarov.
接下来您将会看到的 的是一场联合主赛，这场比赛我们需要他来为 YFU 中国战队挽回一些颜面。他是中国最早的第一批进入到 MMA 职业的选手，目前在中国区排名第6位。龙中队的最大连胜战绩是7连胜，除量级金腰带的争夺者，他是他们民族的雄鹰的领头者。有请来自中国新疆的山鹰Maimaitituoheti。
And your referee in charge of the action, Decky the Bandit Larkin.
YFU 隆重开战。
Listen, man, instructions at all times. Right, then you stop, you stop. If you want to touch gloves, let's do this. Let's go, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, I barely understand Decky Larkin at the best of times. What is a man from Tajikistan and a man from China going to think of that Balahi accent? Co-main event time, the safest pair of hands in the game. Decky Larkin is your man in the middle. 9 years, the difference between the two fighters. Slight height advantage for Nazarov and a very distinct reach advantage. Co-main event
Fighter,
of the
are you
night.
ready?
Brave
Are you
Combat
ready?
Federation
Let's do this.
93 in partnership with YFU. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call. Let's go.
Phil, I am so excited for this. I cannot contain my excitement.
That's dangerous for Maimaitituoheti, leaving that chin out. Not something he wants to do.
Oh! Unbelievable! Just like that! Khurshed Nazarov gets it done in spades.
In a few seconds.
I said he could not leave that chin out. What happens next? He gets clocked. Ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the cleanest finishes you will see in Brave Combat Federation. Welcome to the winner's circle, Khurshed Nazarov.
I was mind blown out of this world in just a few seconds. I barely blinked with my fake eyelashes, Phil, and it just happened. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, Khurshed, the good boy, Nazarov goes up to 10. What win! Wow, what a great finish! Khurshed, what a man, what a guy. Gotta give it up to Keremuaili Maimaitituoheti for challenging his opponent, the good boy. Immense. Just watch this amazing combination hit by Khurshed Nazarov. Look at that. Just simple face. Goes for that right knockout shot. What a beautiful play by the good boy. Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for the judges' scorecard here, and Phil has gone on for the post-fight interview. Thank you for joining us in beautiful, majestic Zhengzhou, China for Brave 93 YFU tonight. What a banger of a co-main, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe my eyes right in front of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, at an official time of 20 seconds in the very first round, we have your winner by knockout, Khurshed Goodbye Nazarov!
这场比赛，Maimaitituoheti的父亲陪着他一起作战，但是比赛结果很遗憾。本场比赛进行到第1局20秒时，蓝方 KO 对手，比赛结果蓝方胜。有请易美康总经理盛胜江、易美康运营总监齐翠萍为双方运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。YFU 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。
On to Mr. Phil Campbell for tonight's post-fight interview. What an honor to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Calling the fight as the first female combat commentator for Brave. here tonight.
中国来自塔吉克斯坦的胡尔谢的，谢谢颁奖嘉宾。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with a victorious Khurshed Nazarov with a beautiful first round finish. Give us your thoughts on a very short fight.
خیلی خوبه من تئوری خوب دیده بودم و من وعده کرده بودم که من این موی 3 نفره میمونم و مثلا یا نکاوت تکنیکی یا که سابمیشن و انجام میتونم الحمدلله ما تئوریمون به همین دیده بودیم همیشه
Thank you to everyone who come support us. I show to everybody I do knockout is for my country.
Now you have already fought the champion, Nicholas Wende, in your Brave Combat Federation debut. With a performance like that, do you believe your next fight should be for the title?
بله ما یکم باید کمتر حسابی که چی کردیم نشد انشالله سلی ما همین یکی ما تیتولا با وطن بریم
I rest 2 years about this. My first fight is not going good. This everybody see. I ready for title shot. Every day, I come for smash everyone.
Now the final words are yours, my friend. What do you want to say to the people back home, the people of Tajikistan, your friends, your family?
азор раҳмат бародарое ки мара тамошо доре аввалан ман ба падарам миннатдории худам мерасонам ки мара ай кӯдаки дастгирӣ мекунад ва ба бародарое ки дар гирди ман ҳастанд ҳама шумо да ҳазор раҳмат барои бачаҳои залгиё ҳама бародаро ва миннатдории худро ба муҳтарам Саидзода Шорух мерасонем ки моро аз солҳои пеш то ин ҷониб ёрдам мекунад.
Thank you for my father, thank you for my teammate, and I ask to everyone, Alhamdulillah, this victory, and thank you so much for Saizoda Shoruch.
Well, congratulations on a fantastic performance. We can't wait to see you again. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Khurshed, good boy, Nazarov!
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is your main event of the evening. Rauli Tutarauli versus Olzhas Eskaraev, the battle for Eurasian supremacy. Two warriors from the heart of Eurasia, both have stood toe-to-toe with the champion. However, both have tasted defeat, and now only one gets the chance to rewrite their story and create a new legacy in the lightweight division. Rauli Tutarauli, the Georgian powerhouse, fights with the weight and expectation of a nation behind him.
ჩემთვის რა თქმა უნდა დიდი პასუხისმგებლობაც არის და დიდი სიამაყეა საქართველოსთვის ბრძოლა და ქართული დროშის საფრიალება. შეწუხების რა გითხრა, მე ეგ ბრძოლა მოვიგე უმპარეს, მაგრამ შემდეგი ბრძოლა იქნება უფრო უარესი, უფრო სასტიკი და კითხვის ქვეშ და პასუხგაუცემელი აღარაფერი დარჩება. მე დავბრუნდი იმისთვის, რაც ჩემი არა წავიღო. ჩემი მოწინააღმდეგე რა თქმა უნდა არის ტექნიკური, აქვს რაღაც იმედები, მაგრამ მე მზად ვარ 3 რაუნდისთვისაც, 1 წუთისთვისაც და ასე რომ უბრალოდ გავიყოთ რინგი. პირადული არა, რა თქმა უნდა, ეს უბრალოდ ჩემი წინსვლისთვის ერთ-ერთი წინაღობაა და ეს წინაღობა უნდა გავიარო. ჩემი ბრძოლები ყოველთვის არის ჩემი საქართველოსთვის, ჩემი ოჯახისთვის, ჩემი გულშემატკივრისთვის, ჩემი გუნდისთვის და ყველა ჩემი ადამიანისთვის. არაფერი, იმიტომ წეღანას თქვი, ეს ერთ-ერთი წინაღობაა ჩემთვის. ეს წინაღობა უნდა გავიარო, უნდა წავიღო ის, რაც მე მეკუთვნის. პირველ რიგში, რა თქმა უნდა, ოჯახისთვის, ქვეყნისთვის, მომავალი თაობისთვის და სპორტის სიყვარულიდან გამომდინარე. რინგი და დრო გვიჩვენებს, სად რა როდის მოხდება გაწყვეტა ბრძოლის. თუ არ გაწყდა კიდევ 3 რაუნდისთვისაც მზად ვარ.
大家知道这个动物里面哪个动物最
is the calm Kazakh technician Olzhas Eskaraev.
a man who went 25 minutes with the champion whilst fighting at the time an undisclosed sickness.
Жекпе-жек туралы алдын ала ештеңе айтпаймын. Жекпе-жекте көреміз. Қазір ешқандай артық ештеңе айтқым келіп тұрған жоқ. Ең басты қызық жекпе-жек өтеді. Жеңіс біз жақта иншалла. Бұл жекпе-жек мен үшін өте маңызды. Әрқашанда әр жекпе-жегіміз маңызды болған. Еліміз, жұртымыз жеңіс күтеді бізден. Ештеңе айта алмаймын, бой көрсетеді. Жақсы, мықты қарсылас. Жекпе-жекте көреміз. Қазақ ел менен үлкен жеңіс күтіп отыр. Тақымдарыңыз қысың.
And now, Brave Nation, let's welcome our first warrior for the Brave CF93 main event of the evening. Making his way to the Brave Blue Corner, representing Kazakhstan and fighting with Alan MMA Pro Team. Please welcome Olzhas Eskaraev.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is main event time. Olzhas Eskaraev, southpaw, 33 years of age, 16 wins as a professional, 10 by way of finish. 5 of those finishes in the very first round. He is a Kazakh national combat sambo champion, a master of sport in combat sambo, a Kazakh national champion of pankration, and a world pankration silver medalist in 2023. He has already had a crack at the champion, the boogeyman of the division, Abdisalam Ulu Kubanijbek, for the then interim title at Brave Combat Federation 59. The caveat of that fight is that he was struggling with a then undisclosed sickness. However, it is not about the champion here tonight. It is about the two men challenging and vying for #1 contendership. If Olzhas Kipchak is to get a second crack at the champion, what is he going to need to do tonight to progress to that level?
Well, Olzhas Eskaraev from Kazakhstan needs to immediately propose the threat of takedowns early in the rounds and repetitive with those takedowns, using superior grappling to dictate the pace of the fight, being aggressive on the ground, fighting southpaw when he gets pinned down
and
in the
now,
cage.
ladies and gentlemen, his opponent making his way to the Brave Red Corner, representing Georgia and fighting with Guram Fight Club, please welcome Rauli Tutarauli!
Watch who you coming to the table with. My table here to win. Watch who you coming to the table with. My table here to win. Where you at, game time. Who you is, game time. Who you got, game time. Yeah, we list, game time.
Second half of our main event, Rauli Tutarauli fighting out of Guram Fight Team in Tbilisi, Georgia, 32 years of age. He turned pro at only 19 years of age, and in the space of that time has accumulated 35 wins as a professional. 27 of those wins coming by way of finish, 21 of those finishes coming in round #1. He is a Kudo black belt. To those of you that may not know, Kudo is an indigenous Japanese martial art that is considered an early precursor to mixed martial arts. He is a former Georgian national lightweight champion, a former Georgian national featherweight champion. I genuinely believe if he wanted, this man could make bantamweight. He has already had a crack at the champion at Brave Combat Federation 87, losing a contentious decision to the champion over the course of 5 rounds. He will want to leave no stone unturned here tonight to make sure he gets it done. Vanessa, for the final time tonight, what are his keys to victory?
Rauli Tutarauli Georgia, the Georgian powerhouse, needs to establish and push a fast pace, level changes and faking those takedowns to open opportunities for overhand right, closing the distance and working in close range, looking to land straight punches, using heavy hands to bully his opponent. He needs to work off those slips and those counters really well, working effectively in the pocket.
At 5'7", it'll be interesting to see what kind of attack he adopts. Get underneath his opponent, double underhooks, try and score the takedown, or will he be a little bit Tyson-esque, as 22 of his wins have come by way of KO or TKO. Rolls beautifully underneath, comes over the top with a big overhand right. Cannot wait to see what kind of a dynamic unfolds here tonight. This is the main event of Brave Combat Federation 93. Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos on the call for the final time tonight. Mr. Peter Lenke, let's kick things off.
Ladies and gentlemen, our warriors are ready to collide in the Brave CF93 arena. Brave Nation, can you feel the thunder? The time has finally arrived. It is time to be brave. Ladies and gentlemen, Brave Combat Federation presents the Brave CF93 main event of the evening. 3 5-minute rounds in the Brave lightweight division. Your referee in charge of this bout, Decky the Bandit Larkin. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials are ready. The fighters are in the cage and they are ready. Fight fans, with us here live in Zhengzhou, are you ready? Then let's see the war we've been waiting for. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighed in at 70.8 kilograms. With a professional record of 16 victories and 7 losses. He is a master of sports in combat sambo. Fighting with Avan MMA Pro Team out of Kizilorda, Kazakhstan. Presenting Olzhas Eskaraev. And now, introducing his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man is a knockout artist. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighed in at 70.6 kilograms with a professional record of 35 victories and 8 losses. He is a 2-time Georgian national MMA champion, former kickboxing world champion, and the #1 ranked lightweight in Europe. Fighting with Gurum Fight Club out of Tbilisi, Georgia, he is Rauli Tutarauli!
Gentlemen, center please. Raul, center please. Gentlemen, again, you've been over the rules in the dressing room. Listen to my instructions at all times. If I tell you stop and break clean. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Go back to your corner and let's get this done. Let's go.
Hairs standing up on the back of my neck for what promises to be a fight for the ages. Very close in age. Does that say that Tutarauli has a 3-centimeter height advantage? Lads, we're going to need to get the measuring tape out again. That does not look right at all. Maybe 179 centimeters on Tinder, but not in real life. Come on.
I am thrilled for this main event.
Nice teep right from the get-go from Eskaraev.
Beautiful placement.
And
again,
he's opted to take the outside, which is interesting. Which again is going to lend itself to lateral movement. But watch out for the blitz of Tutarauli. Blitzes to close distance and initiate the clinch. You know, both these guys are such well thought of grapplers.
Olzhas is known for that powerful overhand left, using that back tip for that success to what he becomes and get that control on the ground.
Little bit of a pawing jab type feeling out process. Third tip in a row, edging ever closer. Tutarauli needs to be careful of, he's going to have to either be all the way in or all the way out. If he's occupying that middle distance, that's where the tip's going to land flush.
I love how beautiful that tip is. It's almost just a flick to the touch to Rauli's air loom.
Yes, it is, Vanessa. Again, using that tip to great effect. And again, it's almost like a little bit of a marker in the mind of your opponent. If you're constantly flicking out that tip, he's thinking, can I breach? Can I make forward? Can I be invasive in the way I want to throw my shots? There's that big overhand left you called for.
Stunning work from Olzhas, but look at Rauli just watching his prey intensively.
Beautiful head kick. But you know that Rauli Tutarauli has it in his locker just to explode. Incredibly compact, vicious. And you almost feel like he's waiting for something from Olzhas Eskaraev, like he's seen something that he feels like he can exploit, looking for a little bit of an opening, perhaps to land that big right counter shot. He thought about it there. The double jab was there. You've seen a slight twitch in the right hand, but he's eating body shots like I eat cake. It's the noise I make when I eat cake too, yep. Pawing with the jab. Another huge kick by Eskaraev. He's doing everything he can to say to Tutarauli, if you come within striking distance of me, you're getting clogged with something.
Rauli is great working in that pocket. He just needs to get in close range. Oh, and again for that single from Olzhas Eskaraev. The first attempted to, hopefully it's a successful takedown of the evening.
This is where I thought the fight would be so interesting. Initially worked for the single, may parlay that into a double, but the Georgian is so difficult to take down. And again, just that little pop, that little shift in momentum hasn't quite got him down just yet. This does not qualify as a takedown. It does qualify as a hell of a back take.
Rauli just taking those shots from that position.
Now it must be said, Vanessa, that of the 5 submission wins that Olzhas Eskaraev has, every single one of them is by way of rear naked choke. He's already choked out a former Brave champion in Lucas Mineiro back in 2021. This is a position that he favors, and right now you can see what Rauli Tutarauli is trying to do. He's trying to break that grip. Well, that was a little bit creative, a little bit inventive, showing decent ingenuity.
Rauli needs to put his hip forward, break those grips, walk forward, get out of that cage.
May even try and roll with the Kimura, lets it go, but this is dangerous. No hooks in, too high up. He's going to have to readjust. Does so beautifully to the standing back take once again.
Olzhas latched onto Rauli. Look at that beautiful work. I can see the tendons on his arm.
Again, readjust to that back take position. Ideally, what you would like to see Rauli Tutarauli do is try and turn in towards his opponent. That's a nice little bit of improvisation. I'd like to see him let go of that Kimura grip and try and dig in for an underhook on his right side and spin and swim in towards his opponent.
Rauli's working on those grips again from Olzhas, stuck like glue.
Watch out for the drag takedown. It's a dangerous position. Oh, beautiful! That's him. Used it beautifully to get himself out of that position. Not quite full hyperextension, but smart to get his way out.
These fighters are so creative with the way they hit the shot.
Hell of a head kick from Eskaraev, edging ever closer. Starting to really mix it up with the strikes and on the takedown.
Nice level change and takedown from Olzhas.
But look at the hips of Rauli Tutarauli. Could he potentially be trying to set up the likes of a Darce here? Can't quite see, or maybe trying to hit a necktie. He's got that arm blast around. He decides to let it go. May try and hit a little judo throw here. That's an interesting first round right there, ladies and gentlemen. Again, not quite sure who scored the most damage. There's a little bit of swelling under the right eye of Olzhas Eskaraev. I think the damage was predominantly done by Rauli Tutarauli. However, the positional control, that situational awareness for a good solid 3.5, maybe even 4 minutes was imposed by Olzhas Eskaraev.
I love how these fighters are so creative with the way they work on their offense. I've not seen that in this fight card at the moment. So that you can see how of a main event, high-level fighters these are, Phil.
Yeah, what we're seeing is essentially high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences. It's a brilliant display of veteran savvy from both fighters. Everything they do is with purpose. Everything they do is showing great awareness. But again, very much a chess match being kind of played out in front of us. I would like to see Olzhas Eskaraev be a little bit busier with the strikes, a little bit busier with that jab. 2 or 3 times he really popped it out with a little bit of venom and pinned the head of Rauli Tutarauli back. But with Rauli Tutarauli on the converse of that, I would like to see him get inside boxing distance, roll in, close the distance, come over the top with a big shot.
Rauli is really great at working in that clinch system, throwing that right uppercut and another left, combining those, perhaps going for those double leg takedowns.
There is a strong Georgian choir in the red corner. 2 guys that won already tonight, Beridze and David in there giving it stacks. Great to see.
Oh, another nice high kick from Olzhas.
The crazy thing about Olzhas is he shoots for these takedowns and you think there's no way he has this, but it's just the indomitable spirit of the Kazakh fighter. He's like a dog with a bone when it comes to takedowns. Watch out for the switch here. If he rolls back and kicks that leg up, Rauli Tutarauli trying to get in on a takedown of his own, hands clasped. This is pretty much a 50-50 position for both fighters. Beautiful single from Raul, but again he needs to be wary of getting his back taken. Olzhas Eskaraev trying to sneak round.
Don't grab the fence, let the fence go.
Stiff warning from referee taking a look, and now Rauli Tutarauli with the back take. Now, must be said, Tutarauli does have 4 wins of his own by way of rear naked choke. His other submission win coming via armbar. Nice little pot shot knees, and now is Rauli Tutarauli with the back control. Almost a mirror image of one another from rounds 1 into 2.
Exactly, Phil. He's kneeing from there, which is a clever use of his weapons to take Olzhas down again with those knee strikes.
Try potentially to, and again, Olzhas Eskaraev using that Kimura grip to turn in towards his opponent, has secured one underhook on the left side. Let's see who fills that open space with knees. First one to Olzhas Eskaraev. 2, thought about the trip. Beautiful awareness from Rauli Tutarauli.
Great way of blocking Olzhas's legs for those takedowns. That subtlety, so beautifully done by Rauli.
50-50 position, space to be occupied by knees. Another one from Olzhas Eskaraev.
More knees now.
Oh, beautiful change and level, but again, the balance of Olzhas Eskaraev. And he's, as soon as his back or his backside touches the mat, he's constantly trying to work to progress position. Look at the way he's underhooked the leg here.
So creative again in those offense, Phil.
Watch out for the back take once again from Rauli Tutarauli. Can he sneak a hook in on the right side? Olzhas Eskaraev back on the feet, now trying to sneak out the back.
It's a chess match, Phil.
Yeah, this is incredible. Like I said, high level grappling. Oh, that's a beautiful. Oh, he was wobbled there momentarily.
Oh, wobbled.
His whole composition or his whole disposition just changed there.
Olzhas needs to be careful of those powering shots,
Oh,
blocking those shots. Oh,
He's using the Dagestani handcuff to peel it away the hand. This is incredible. I wonder just how much he's recovered. Has he recuperated? Oh, another huge elbow.
epic shot from Rauli.
Deki Larkin staying on top of this. You wonder just how compromised is Olzhas.
Nice level change from Rauli, taking his back again.
They happen. Those elbows happen right in front of us, Vanessa, and we could hear the careering smack of those shots.
Bone for bone. Whoa. Gorgeous sprawl.
Heavy hips from Kipchak. 90 seconds left in round number 2. This fight is flying by. This is where I think an argument could be made for making main events regardless 5-minute rounds, because I want more of this. These gets tools out of the cage there. It's a wee bit naughty.
Let's go, move it.
Referee Deggy Larkin calling for a little bit of action. Final minute of the second round, and it's a very, very difficult fight to judge.
Beautiful escort from Olzhas.
Don't rest here. Improve your position. I'm going to take it away.
Stern warning from the head of regulatory affairs, head referee Mr.
Stop,
Deggy Larkin.
stop. On your feet. Let's go. Let's go. Stand back.
No room for inactivity whatsoever for Deggy Larkin.
Whoa, Decky, the man!
But in a very, very, very close round with the 30 seconds left, this is where somebody could essentially steal the round. You know, if they up their frequency of strikes, their offense. Back take here from Raul. Oh, these are beautiful shots. Very, very nice.
Rauli is vicious with those shots.
That might have just been enough to steal the round. But again, it's a back and forth pick and fight. I can make an argument for somebody being up 2 rounds. I can make an argument for a round apiece. This is why it's so vital for the third and final round. One of these fighters has to do something truly definitive, and by that I mean leave no doubt in anyone's mind and finish the fight. But these were probably the most impactful strikes of the round, when he beautifully used that Dagestani handcuff to pull away the hand, then pop that elbow.
I mean, it goes back to what we've said to the keys of victory, using Rauli's heavy hands to bully his opponents, and he did not disappoint.
Both corners giving the fighters final instruction, letting them know what they want. And you know, we saw Olzhas shoot in for a couple of takedowns in that situation. I thought he was having a lot of success on the feet. I would like to see him keep it at kicking range, exploit that long reach that he has. Here we go, third and final round of a fight that has just completely flown by to high level lightweights in the scope of professional global MMA. This, for what I believe, will garner and warrant for the winner a crack at the champion, a second crack, if you will, at the champ.
You can see Rauli going for those uppercuts, almost taunting his prey. Throwing in those feints.
Big shot over the top.
Gorgeous placement on the right hook.
You know just how dangerous he has when he changes level, dips his head, throws that over on the right. It's a thing of destructive beauty, but again, checks the back.
Rauli is not wasting time. Look at him just going for those knee strikes again.
Again, at this stage of the game, this is where he can't really afford to hang out, to continue to, whilst he's doing great stuff, he's in a dominant position, he needs to take a little bit of a risk, he needs to advance position. You know, with great risk comes great reward, and what better reward than a second crack at the Brave Combat Federation Lightweight Championship of the World. Diving on the legs right now.
Great escape from Olzhas. An almost escape.
Yeah, I think he had escaped. He actually chose to continue with this clinch battle. He chose to dive right back in. But from my vantage point, I thought he was doing a great job with the striking. Separate, keep it distant, strike. You know, he was edging ever closer with the head kicks.
Olzhas mirroring Rauli again and heading those knees glued onto the cage.
You can see I don't speak Georgian, but what I'm getting from the body language of his corners,
nice
they
throw.
want urgency, they want something done quickly. But again, look at the back take. Hasn't got the hooks in.
Olzhas taking Rauli's attempt here to take his back.
It's just constant systematic pressure. And again, it's what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That's what we're seeing right now playing out in front of us against the cage. Good hips to get away. Back take, changing positions. These lads are changing positions more than the Kama Sutra. This is ridiculous. Big takedown again from Rauli Tutarauli, but Olzhas Eskaraev just pops right back up.
It is a beautiful chess match to watch.
It's a war of attrition. Yeah, a war of attrition. You know, I said one of the fighters have to do something real definitive in this third and final round, but if anything, for my money, this has been the closest round of the fight. Rauli Tutarauli now in the ascendancy with the back take. Can he make something happen? Olzhas Eskaraev trying to break that grip. He's gone 2-on-1, but again, taken down.
Beautiful takedown from Rauli. Kipchak back up again.
Now what he does so well, what Eskaraev does so well, is when he gets taken down, he's able to find the cage to get himself back up. Again, the awareness that comes with being a savvy veteran. Watch out for that ankle pick. Does he have the ankle? He has the ankle. He used that just to pull that underneath his opponent. Maybe try and get him flat back. That's it.
You called it, Phil.
You would barely think I know what I'm talking about sometimes, wouldn't you? Final minute.
Uppercuts from that position from Rauli. A dangerous weapon.
Another takedown, but still has that Kimura grip. May use it to flip. Final 40 seconds. Big shots coming in from Rauli Tutarauli. Trying to put a real exclamation point on this round, the third and final of our action here tonight in the main event of Brave Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU.
Rauli looking to his corner for advice.
Heavy knees in the clinch here. 10 seconds to go. This is a pick-em fight. The corner of Rauli Tutarauli firmly believe they have done enough to win, but it doesn't matter what they think. The only opinion that really matters is that of our three cage-side judges who will be scoring the bout. What a fight between two absolute warriors.
What a high-level chess match for the ages tonight in Brave 93 and YFU in beautiful Zhengzhou, China. What a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Phil, for your beautiful insights. What a main event. What a stacked fight card. Just beautiful work of superior wrestling, cage wall wrestling at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. We see tonight 1-for-1, a matchup that you cannot miss or blink your eyes in. Hits for hits. Rauli again here going for the level change to take that double. Olzhas pinning Rauli on the cage. Rauli takes him down. One more. And another one here again. What a night of fights.
Fighter center, please. Fighter center. Let's go.
Decky Larkin calling the fighters to the center as the judges. We hear the
Ladies
scorecard.
and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this bout 29-28. A unanimous decision for your winner, Rauli Tutarauli.
A beautiful win from the Georgian powerhouse. crowd, inspiring the new generation of fighters from Georgia. What a main event. What a superhuman athlete.
喂，祝贺来自格鲁吉亚的劳尔，我们有请颁奖嘉宾德浩集团副总裁李占伟、德浩集团副总裁张成为双方运动员颁发奖杯和鲜花。YMU 赛事奖杯由郑州商业企业家联合会特别赞助。
As we wait for Phil Campbell to do the post-fight interviews, look at how happy the crowd is in his corner, coming from Georgia. Georgia, what are you drinking in the waters there? Impeccable wrestling. The modern MMA we have been waiting for.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with a victorious Rauli Tutarauli. First off, congratulations on a fantastic performance. Give us your thoughts on the fight, please.
მოგესალმები. სულ ყველას მეგობრებო, ჩემი ჭუბით. დიდად კმაყოფილი არ ვარ, უფრო მეტი შემეძლო მზად ვიყავ მეტისთვის. თუმცა სასწაული ბიჭი იყო და მადლობა ჩემ მოწინააღმდეგეს სტაჟში.
I'm not truly good way about my fight, but whole respect about my opponent. He was a very prepared and very good guy, but I know I can do more.
Now, you fought the champion, Abdisalam Ulu Kubanichbek, back in Holland, a Brave Combat Federation 87. A fight many people believe that you won. With a performance like that, is that now a fight you want back? Do you want to right the wrongs of that fight and challenge for the lightweight title?
რა თქმა უნდა, ეს ჭუბი ჩემი იყო სოფლიო მაღიარა, თუმცა ტაბლოს ვეღარ შევცვლი და ვეტყვი კუბარჩუკოს, რომ ნუ და მემალება ქამარი მომიტანოს, მე აქ ვარ იმისთვის, რაც მე მეკუთვნის, ის უნდა წავიღო.
I'm 100% sure that I win the fight, and I want to say, Kubanic, please don't hide.
Fantastic. The final words are yours, my friend. A great night for Georgian MMA. Georgia going 3-0. What do you want to say to the people back home? Do you have a message for Georgia?
საქართველოს ვეტყვი რომ მაგრად იყოს, გამაგდეს და ძალიან ბევრი ვართ ქართველები, ვისაც ბევრი შეგვიძლია და მიყვარხარ საქართველო, ჩემ გულში ხარ, ჩემი ოჯახი, ჩემი გუნდი, ჩემი წვრთნელები, ჩემი გუნდი და ჩემი ძმები, სულ ყველანი მადლობა გვერდში დგომისთვის.
I want to say thank you to my country, Georgia, say hello to my whole team, and I want to tell that there is a lot of super fighters, Georgian super talented fighters, so get ready.
Well, congratulations once again on a fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time. Rauli Tutarauli! All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a night of action we have just seen. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights. Mojtaba Naziri coming in, riding high in the confidence of a 5-5 win streak, but he did not have it all his own way at all. Fai Yang Wang putting on a fantastic performance over the course of 3 rounds. What a performance by the Chinese fighter.
It was just so beautiful to watch these 2 young fighters going head to head, and now we have the Nepalese Rabindra Dan. What a vicious ground and pound.
You know, it's great to get to watch these back because his opponent complained about shots to the back of the head. They were legitimate clean strikes for me. Was it a late stoppage?
That's debatable. That's debatable. But there were a number of huge shots that were undoubtedly concussive. A huge win for Rabindra Drant. A huge win for Sama Fight Club and Lock and Roll MMA. We may have just unearthed a new star. And they're right on to Ruan Big Bola. We spoke about it in the opening stanzas, just how dangerous he was when going to the body, when going to the liver from that southpaw stance on Vanessa. He did so to devastating effect.
Just a beautiful combination that he set up. A powerful knockout shot from Big Bola.
You can see just what it means to him. And I believe he has made a case with his repertoire, with his resume in Brave Combat Federation to get a shot at the title. Moving swiftly along, Joba Beridze putting on a fantastic performance, really setting the tone for his Georgian compatriots. Looking at some of the action.
Right behind us is Joba Beridze. What a young, incredible Georgian powerhouse of a fighter.
He just looked so chilled going in and doing that. 20 years of age, marking his ledger now to 4-1, setting the tone for the Georgian fighters who went 3-0 tonight. Just really illustrating the depth of power, the depth of talent, just exactly what they have. And moving along from one incredible Georgian powerhouse to another. We saw David Lorik Panidze put on a hell of a performance. We're just seeing the finishing touches being done here by Joba Beridze. That was the last kind of attempt at anything, kind of Hail Mary attempt at the guillotine. But again, look how calm he is, doing everything right. Elevated hips, tripoding, and then punishes his opponent with a couple of shots.
What a win for Joba Beridze, the young warrior. Again, here we have another Georgian, his teammate, David Lorka Panidze against Aizozi Damulamu.
From start to finish, complete and utter domination. It was 30-27 across the board. I think you could have made an argument under the new scoring criteria that one of those rounds was a 10-8. Complete and utter systematic shutdown by the Batsume Academy man, fighting out of Batsume, Georgia, leaving his opponent Damo Lamu with absolutely no answers.
I love the way they work on that top position. A signature move from the Georgian fighters in that gym. It is incredible to watch, Phil.
Quite clearly enjoyed by everybody watching here. And again, it was a real fight for the purists. You know, if you love the grappling aspect of MMA, this was a fight for you. From a young upstart with a bright future in MMA to a veteran who still has plenty left in the tank. Lithando Biko getting it done after a 2-year layoff, 2 false starts in Brave Combat Federation, and this is the danger of throwing that spinning heel kick. It reminds you a little bit of Chris Wyman look Rockhold. You throw that, it doesn't land, your opponent closes the distance, you get taken down, you get punished. This was a fantastic stoppage by the referee. Zhu Jianbai did not want any part of this fight.
Biko, a true warrior with those heavy shots. It was just impeccable to watch this live in front of our eyes, Phil.
That elbow could have been a broken orbital. Shades of Joe Rogan there, but yeah, I think legitimately that could be a broken orbital. The mini Hector Lombard gets it done. Our co-main event of the night. Beautiful shot from Nazarov. That gets better every time you see it. I did say in the first exchange, Maimaitituoheti needs to be careful with his chin placement. He wasn't listening to me. What happens when you don't listen to me? You get knocked the F out. That is what happened.
It's a superstar in the making. Coming on to your main event, Rauli Tutarauli and Olzhas Eskaraev. What a fight, Phil.
Yeah, that was the definition of chess match MMA, exchanging positions 50-50. There was only little microaggressions which were changing the fight from one round to a fighter, one round to another. 29-28 unanimously for who I believe is the #1 contender in the lightweight division. That is, of course, Rauli Tutarauli. Everything he done just so well, closed out the fight and made it 3-0 to Georgia over the course of the fights. It's 6-1 to Brave Combat Federation, but I think the Georgians don't care about that. They just care about the level of domination they have imposed upon everyone tonight. What a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Brave Combat Federation 93 in partnership with YFU. My name is Phil Campbell, joined happily, hopefully not for the last time, by my broadcast partner, the First Lady of Combat Sports Commentary, the one and only Vanessa Campos.
Phil, thank you so much for your legendary analysis. I have learned so much from you just being here, watching the fight in beautiful China. Brave, you have done it again. The best global promotion in the world in association with the incredible YFU. What a stacked, epic fight card.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you next month in Switzerland. We can't wait. We'll see you there. Another night of incredible fights for myself, Phil Campbell, Vanessa Campos. Night, night.
Hi, Zac Efron.